Hello, friends. My name is Eric, but around here, some people call me Host Eric. And beside me, this direction, that lady is named Rachel, Rachel Strauss. She's my wife, and that's why we have the same last name. She's not my sister, she's not my daughter. Um, and this channel, talking to famous people, since over the course of its lifetime, has 4.6 million views. Not too bad.
No.
Not too bad, but obviously not great. Uh, if you have a really successful video, just by itself could have a billion views. Just one video. So obviously 4.6 million views for my like 8,000 videos isn't very good, really.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I was looking at like stats on Spotify, and LCD Sound System only has like 3 million something views. They're still pretty underground.
Thanks,
Thanks, Kira L.
Kiera L.
Hey, Winston's mom.
Winston's mom. I mean, the thing is 4.6 million views. Probably a million of them are mine.
You could count me in with that too.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think it counts my own views as views, but that's assuming I'm logged in as TWFP. Uh, but the point is that the reason I looked to see how many views we had and stuff was I watched this video called "Why the Professor Isn't in the NBA." The professor's this guy. He's like 5'10", and he had dreams of being an NBA basketball player. He's got really good ball handling skills, and
Meow. What are you meowing about so much today? Meow.
meow. And they were talking about his channel and how many views he had and stuff like that. So
Meow. I'm
the thing
coming.
is,
I'm coming.
people people hear there's kind of like
Meow.
big numbers. Like over the course of his channel, he's had 60 million views, and they assume he must be making a lot of money off YouTube. No, that's not the case. Like if I had 10 times as many views as I have, if I had 46 million views, I still at no point during the course of my YouTube career would have made anywhere close to enough money to live off of it. I would have had to make like, well, I guess if I had 10 times as many views, then there would have been some months when I pulled in like 3 grand maybe. Like the most I've ever pulled in is $300, and normally I don't get that much. Like of late, it's been like $100 maybe a month.
Meow.
Yeah, a gold record I guess means you sold a million records, maybe. Um, the thing is, with shorts, it's possible to accumulate a lot of views quickly if you focus on that, if you wanted to do that. But I don't think that the revenue sharing on the shorts is. I think it's proportionally smaller. So it's like it's I put up 2 shorts yesterday just randomly for kicks or whatever. One of them was called "Cauliflower Get Out." The entire short is just me saying they should call this product. It's a bag of cauliflower and broccoli. They should call this product "How to Ruin a Perfectly Good Bag of Broccoli." It got 1,461 views, but it's like, and then 12 wild turkeys. That got 1,087 views. Rachel and Eric watch MISO at Winona Lodge. 2,153 views. Ronald Reagan's acting chops. Another short. 2,500 views. So the thing is, that's why what I'm saying is 4.6 million views is not very impressive, really. It's pretty easy to accumulate lots of views, especially now with shorts, although most of mine are not from shorts. But, and as you see here, 4.6 million views, 10 chatters. I like to stay right at around 10. I've been doing this for years, and for a while I was afraid that my channel might grow, but fortunately I've had that fear assuaged by years of experience. Joseph E. Hello. 11 now? 11 what? Oh, no, now there's 8. Only 8. I'm hoping to work my way back up to 10 because that makes me feel like a real YouTuber. Like, hey, Eric's really got some YouTube stuff going on over here because look at him. He's got 10 people watching his stream. I saw Lijo had 21 people, 21 people at her stream yesterday.
Not too shabby.
Not too bad. That's 21 people who left more confused than they arrived.
Hey, Mr. Bobby. Yeah, we like them.
We like double digits, and now we're down to 7. If we really wanted to, if we really like double digits a lot, though, instead of simply talking about how we like double digits, we'd make more exciting content.
That's good, Winston's mom. I'm glad that there were some names that you didn't recognize.
I'm sure her live stream was fine. I'm just teasing. I don't have faith in her capacity to correctly talk about typology, but I have no express reason to believe that she said anything specific incorrect, so I'm probably being a little unfair. The thing is, it was the title of that stream that made me be like, oh, okay. It was like, how to get better results using different systems or something like. She was basically saying, if you cross-check by typing yourself with this is what I interpreted the title to mean. I didn't watch it, but if you cross-check with this, you're more likely to be correct. Generally, that sort of thing is a good strategy, but not here. Well, regardless of what she talked about, the title led me to think that she was going to discuss how using a variety of different approaches will help you type yourself better or something like that.
It's good that she was talking about poker. She seems to be pretty good at it.
Yeah, better than me for sure. What did you have to say about playing poker, Winston? I'm kind of curious now. See, now I might have to watch that. See I used to use double-digit numbers as a trolley joke in online gaming. I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm not that familiar with online gaming. Now, my daughter, on the other hand, is very familiar with online gaming. I called her the other day, told her to listen to Johnny. She said, I can't right now. I'm gaming. So why don't you just put it on in the background while you're playing? So no. I need to hear meow, meow, meow. I like Elijah. I think Elijah's cool. I do not have any problem with Elijah.
No.
But I also don't think that she's committed to the notion that defensible typology is correct and other things are not. Therefore, I don't think she's going to do a very good job of talking about typology. But you know, I don't want to shit in her cereal because she's cool. I like her. So, you know, she's one of a myriad number of just myriad people who want to talk about typology, probably shouldn't. Some of them I get more mad at than others. I'm not gonna get mad at her. I also won't get mad at Amy because she's trying to do it my way. So good for her. She's a hero to the people because she's not trying to come up with her own mush pile of nonsense to represent typology. She found the correct one, me. Is trying to type people that way. I mean, that's not Dave. Okay, there. That says it all right there. Why Joe tends to lean into Dave's superpowers model. His superpowers does not have a model. What he has is a big pile of arbitrary and meaningless dichotomies that he presents no reason whatsoever why we have to prefer that over anything else. He likes to talk in metaphor, and additionally, he's created a system, quote unquote, in which you've got some people are ISFJs who look exactly like ENTPs. Some people are ENTPs who look exactly like ISFJs. So how in the world can you tell them apart? Jumpers. You know what? Sleep, blast, play, whatever. It's just it's like trying to explain a car by saying, well, cars have go, slow down, crash, and and they've got park. Well, okay. They also have reclining seats. They also have reverse. They have a trunk. They've got an engine. They can take you on a commute, or they can take you on a road trip. They could take you on a highway, or they can take you on a street. They have four-wheeled cars, and they've got six-wheeled cars because of dualies. You could have a car or a truck. You know, it's like you can make a bajillion distinctions like that. There's no reason to prefer these over those. It's not comprehensive nor does it attempt to be. It doesn't even consider like what are we doing here, right? What are we trying to do and is this a good way to do it? Is a question you should ask yourself before you start this nonsense. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that Dave's superpowers and his wife make a lot of money off YouTube and have a great business. I don't doubt it at all. I mean, the thing is, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Not only does smart not correlate with successful, it anti correlates.
I can tell you what Dave's superpower is, Rubenar. It's he likes to spam or he likes to like bully or like prank like people who are scammers. So we'll go on like WhatsApp and stuff.
Who does?
Dave Superpowers.
Really?
Yeah, he has a side YouTube that not many people like know about, and I signed up for it because I was like, okay, and I also think I was in the manic phase, but yeah, he his posts are all about like scamming scammers.
But he's such a scammer.
That's a good point. He is, but
If,
that's why it's so like ridiculous.
if I lost or someone lost to me less, let's say winner scores 50 and loser scores just 10. As winner, I'd say close game. We both had double digits. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you for explaining. That makes perfect sense now. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Rubenar, he's good at that. He's very good at that. Apparently, he's like caught people who have like stolen lots of money from people. But there's like this snarkiness to it. It's like like I don't ever watch the thing.
The thing is, you have to be fundamentally comfortable dealing with people in a dishonest way, right?
Yeah.
I, I when people try to scam me or something, or they think they're like fooling me, but they're not, I feel embarrassed on their behalf. I feel cringe and want to withdraw myself from that situation because I realize I'm dealing with somebody who I can't have an authentic, real conversation with. And they think they're fooling me, and they're definitely not. Someone in Elijah's chat said CS was doing street typings. Well, I always felt like he was laughing at my lack of knowledge. I was thinking, that's fine, but just teach me how I can know what type people are. Right. Well, I mean, keeping in mind that anybody you type, you're probably wrong because they're probably a jumper. You probably should just keep taking our classes for however much they cost forever because it's so complicated. You could just keep learning forever. Really, only Shan and I are experts on it because, you know, when people ask questions about, like, well, why is it this and not something else, we say, hey, great question. You know, you certainly belong in the TI group over here, and then don't answer it as though it didn't matter.
As though it didn't matter. It so does. Um, I took um an Enneagram test last night, Catherine Farber's, and I don't understand. Like, there's this one part I just don't get. So it says your tri-type stacking 749. I consistently test 7 first for some reason.
Does it say your counter value 6 or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically,
What is that?
Okay, I'll tell you what that is. Um, she types anybody who's intuitive as counter value 6 because intuitives um, are prone to saying it depends because they understand meanings well and they don't just take a question and think at the most narrow level and then answer it. They think at broad levels, right?
Yeah.
If you have a lot of it depends in your expression of self, she will type you, anyone type you as counter value 6. She thinks there's something wrong with you if you say it depends a lot.
Can I? It. I didn't even say it depends. It's a totally different like.
No, I'm just
Oh,
telling you that
oh.
if your answers reveal to her that, okay? In other words,
Oh.
her explanation about it from typing people in person is that countervalue sixes are the types who say, well, it depends a lot, rather than just answering the question as she wants them to. But of course, the reason they say that is because her questions are not well conceived questions. If you conceive a question adequately, there's no it depends. You know?
Can I read the special note?
Yeah, sure.
So this Enneagram test, this Enneagram tri-type test is different from other Enneagram tests because it has 8 testing instruments in one, and has been programmed to detect important patterns that the Enneagram types use, which corrects common mistypings. If you receive a special notice, it may notify you if you are the phobic or counterphobic 6. Special note, I get the special note. Your Enneacard test responses indicate specific patterns that reveal you have the elusive, emotional, and complex type 6 as your head type in your chart type. This is true even if your test results do not show or specify type 6 card.
Why? Notice this. Read the thing there. Specific patterns, whatever, from about where you started before there.
This is true even if your test results.
No, back further.
Um, it's a whole sentence. Your Enneacard test responses indicate specific patterns that reveal you have the elusive, emotional, and complex type 6 as your head
Okay,
type.
so the thing is, what specific patterns? And why should we conclude that they reveal that?
It's so confusing.
This is a kind of bullshit that we should all shit on. Now, note, she got Rachel's tri-type correct on her test, right? 749. I think she's 9.
I'm 9 first, probably.
974. But regardless, it's the right tri-type for her. But you can see how she is she has chosen to create this additional thing called counterphobic 6 or phobic 6 that represents some pattern she's noted in the enneagram data, right? Which is actually reflective of whether somebody's intuitive or not. And she's matched it up with experience she's had typing people in person. And the same people she doesn't like in person have this pattern of data, have the same pattern here, and they're all intuitives. I also got that special note. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
She's saying even though your test results, the data I'm showing you, indicates no presence of 6, specific patterns, unnamed, reveal no mechanism as to how that you're this counterphobic 6, a label with no clear definition, and which is in direct contradiction to the data she's showing you, which has no indication of 6 in your tri-type.
Yeah, so, okay, so type 6 is a type that is the most inclined to mistype in any testing instrument. 6s always see both sides of any situation and are hardwired.
Not true. Not true.
I
See,
didn't think that was true either.
this is where she's fucking wrong, right? She thinks that because somebody says it depends, I can see both sides, they have a high ambiguity tolerance, that that makes them a 6. That has nothing to do with tri-type. That has nothing to do with an enneagram at all.
No.
Ambiguity tolerance correlates much more strongly with intuitiveness versus sensoriness than it does with anything in the enneagram.
Yeah, and then the last paragraph is This confirms you have type 6 and or type 9 in your tri-type, which I do. It may be difficult to make important decisions. Like, uh, I have 9 in my tri-type, so I shouldn't be getting this special message.
The point is, if you properly understand Enneagram, then you understand it as being very narrowly constructed when constructed properly, and you understand it as a taxonomy of basically it's like FI's a description of how FI plays out in people. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, they're your basic FI strategy towards shame. You either are helpful, that's why you don't need to be ashamed of yourself. High achieving, that's why you don't need to be ashamed of yourself. Or you're a rebel and you don't you don't need to succeed on conventional mores. In fact, those things are dumb. That's 4, right? Um,
Yeah, that's 4.
and really, there's nothing much more to say about it. Okay, if you try to say other things about Enneagram, you're gonna be wrong. You're trying to make it do the work of a model when it's just a taxonomy. Okay, I know who I am. That's all that matters. That's the FI version of 4. Uh,
Um, I took another test on similar minds and I got type 9 88%, type 7 74%, and type 4 74%.
there you go. 974. Um, so now let's talk about
Sorry, I didn't mean to
five,
hijack.
5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7 is how our strategy towards fear.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, our strategy towards fear. 5 is we research something a lot, study it a lot, understand it better, and then we're not afraid of it. 6 is we we hunker down, we rely on our existing resources and take a defensive posture in general. 7 is you bury your head in the sand, you fiddle while Rome plays,
La, la,
you
la,
pretend
la.
like the thing that you're afraid of isn't there. Okay? Now, each of these things you could break each of these down into uh, avoiding, withdrawing, and confronting. Um, avoidant would be 2, confronting would be 3, withdrawing would be 4. Avoiding would be withdrawing would be 5. No. Confronting would be 5, withdrawing would be 6, avoiding would be 7. Okay? 8, 9, 1. How you deal with anger. 8 is confront with anger. You deal with anger with more anger. By fire with fire. 9 is you basically, well, 9 is avoid. So you either capitulate or stay away from, avoid, try to smooth over. Otherwise, not like confrontation and try to avoid anger. So it's the equivalently childish approach to anger that 7 is to fear. And then if you are at 1, that's withdrawing. So, okay, well, we'll talk about this again when you're not so emotional. And then that's the end of the conversation, right? Um, again, confronting, avoiding, withdrawing. So those are the 3 possible strategies we have to each of those emotions. It's important not to attribute too much 5 is withdrawing, so 6 is confronting. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is probably
I
true.
got that backwards. My bad. Um, if it's very tempting a lot of times to attribute a variety of personality things to Enneagram that are not properly attributed to it. What I just said about it is the full and complete scope of what meaning we should make from Enneagram.
So what's the next group of three?
I said I did them all.
Oh, you did them all?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, what is
Helping.
that?
That's for shame. It's helping, achieving, and rebelling or individuating. So that would be in those regards, uh, avoiding 2, confronting 3, and withdrawing 4. Is that what I said? All right.
I say withdrawing 3.
Withdrawing is 3.
And
Confronting is 4. Okay, my bad. Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah, that makes more
4
sense.
is more middle fingery.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I agree. 2 is avoiding. 3 is withdrawing. 4 is confronting. 5 is withdrawing. 6 is confronting. 7 is avoiding. 8 is confronting. 9 is avoiding. 1 is withdrawing.
That's so good. Oh my god, that's so good. I should write that down.
No, yeah, I think 4 is confronting. Yeah, I agree with you, Cami and Rachel. Um, I mean, by so you're saying 3 is confronting, but no. Look, if you were all 3 confrontational, you'd be 8, 4, 6, 8, 4, 6, like Kimberly. She is very confrontational for an ISFJ, incredibly so. But the thing is, being confronting in your strategies does not mean you're confrontational. It's important to note that, right? That you're confronting shame as a 4 may mean that you're confrontational about shame related matters, or it may simply mean that essentially you reject a lot of ways that people normally shame you, as you reject them as illegitimate, right? Whether or not that expresses in your affect as being confrontational with other people is a separate question. And same with 5. I mean 6. Like my mom was a 6, and nobody would call her confrontational at all, right?
No.
Because the actual like experience of confrontational people in the world or being confrontational is going to link most strongly to 8, right? 8s are going to be seen as confrontational, even though 4 may be a confronting strategy towards shame, and 6 may be a confronting strategy towards fear. That doesn't mean you're going to perceive those people as confrontational. 8s you're going to perceive as confrontational.
I think that 6 definitely is, though, because when it came down to it, your mom would say, no, 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 no.
But look, my mom was a 9
first, right?
First, I mean, in terms of her affect or display of confrontationalness, she was the color and appearance of a 9. Um, yeah, she had boundaries that she had to try to set because she was married to my dad. Oh, that's not true. I mean, I'm an SX7. The thing about the SXSOSP, that's the other thing you can say about an Enneagram that's meaningful, which is but it's meaningful only as follows. And additional meaning put into these things, besides the meanings I'm telling you right here, is a mistake. It is not a model. It does not withstand argumentational scrutiny as a model, and can't because it's dealing with such subjective stuff as emotions exclusively. Um, there's no way to define those terms such that
Meow.
you could assess it
Meow.
meaningfully in a way that would, cross validate. You'd have to find like you couldn't do it with Enneagram. But anyway, SX means you prefer to be in a couple, two-person team. SP means you prefer to be operating as an independent operator. You might be in a couple, but you're in one of those couples that keep separate finances and all that kind of stuff. Um, SO, you
Meow.
or view yourself mostly as a member of a large group, say an extended family or a community of some sort.
Meow.
And you might be in a couple,
Meow.
but you're the purpose of the couple is so that you integrate with the group now with a partner, not so that you like SX types when they get a girlfriend, they their friends don't see them much anymore. SO types when they get a girlfriend, um, all of a sudden, hey, Joe's girlfriend is now here at our activities. When SP gets a girlfriend, it might be one of those. I keep my spheres separate things,
They
like
compartmentalize.
yeah, like you don't need to meet those friends. You can meet these friends, and you can spend the night tonight, but don't leave your stuff here because I don't have that much closet space, and we need to maintain our own places and keep you know safe, respectable distance from each other. People who are really into pathologizing quote unquote codependency, and I get that there is probably legitimate problem manifestation of it, but I could totally envision SPs pathologizing SXs as codependent. Like it's not healthy to be like that all together all the time. You need to keep your own separate lives. Jeez. You could imagine somebody saying that.
Totally. Um, you said I was SX, SP, SO.
Yeah, I believe that. I totally believe that. I'm SXSO SP.
Yeah. But like, it doesn't like the first one matters most.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if having the second and third one in the mix there on sexual variant, whatever they call it, is meaningful even. But I do think it is meaningful in the following way. Um, my first, let's say there's some emergent situation that requires me to act upon. I will first. I can't do it by myself though, right? Like I need this is something that requires me to consult or get assistance or whatever. SX will actually let's just say there's a problem come up that I need to deal with that's bigger than like I need to take out the trash, right? Kind of like a life decision. An SX person will want to make that decision with their significant other. An SP person will want to make that decision, then inform their significant other. An SO person will want to check what other people think before making that decision.
Yeah, nail on the head. Thank you so much for talking about this stuff. It like highly entertains me, but I obviously see like the holes in it, and I think your insight is way better than anything that I can get online right now.
Thanks, darling. Well, I would point out this. I think that the reason having them in a certain order makes some sense is one, if you conceive of not having your first choice available, right? So, like, I have to make an important decision, but Rachel is currently doing field work in some caves in Colombia, so I can't talk to her because she's got no cell reception down there. So I'd definitely go here, right? I'd come online and say, well, whatever do you think I should do? I wouldn't just make the decision myself. And last case scenario is that, like, but I can't even conceive of getting to that because I've got this place, you know. Since I have
Oh
talking
my
with
god.
famous people, I've always been able to go. When I wasn't in a relationship, I had SO there. When I was in a relationship but it wasn't working, I had SO there.
Yeah, I was very SPD when I didn't have a relationship. No, we're not joining a cult. Hi, Fia Kyuk. Um, yeah, Eric is a seven through and through. He's the most seven person I've ever met.
I'm pretty seven.
Yeah, you are. You're eat, sleep, rape, repeat. That's how you live.
You're not wrong. Where did I leave my pink thing? The drink I had. Let's go outside to the garage for a cigarette. And I'm assuming I must have left it in there. This I will leave charging in here. There. All right, come along, you people. Seven is the one that is avoidant of fear. Um, I don't know where my glasses are. I want to find them. They're probably by the bed.
Here, Lim, you're probably not an SO in your first two. Um, because like I guess I get that.
Here are my glasses. I found them.
Good.
Now I'll be able to read your chats, even though we'll be outside and looking at the phone. So, I've not really heard that stuff you were saying there before about like triple reactive, triple whatever. I've only heard before about that each one is either withdrawing, confronting, or avoidant, not these other terms like reactive or whatever. And in general, you want to always try to keep these things as simple as you can keep them. And remember what you're trying to do with it. So if you think Enneagram is something that helps you to understand someone's personality, then you're trying to do the wrong thing with it. If you're saying, you have to keep in mind, this is a way of describing different possible strategies used emotionally to protect themselves emotionally against shame, fear, and anger. So when we remember that, and then the sexual variants, they're really an entirely separate thing from Enneagram. They have nothing to do with Enneagram.
Yeah, I don't know how they got tied in together.
But I like that as well. That's basic strategy towards towards others. It breaks down basic possible approach towards others into three things, and it seems to play out that way for people. But there's no way to. For me, it's like I find that interesting. I find it accurate, but also I think it's 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 not a toy people should be playing with generally, because it's super easy to overreach and attribute all kinds of personality stuff to enneagram type that does not belong there. It's correctly explained with typology and is not correctly explained with enneagram. And yet, if you read Naranjo's description of a type 7, it sounds like a description of me, right? That's because, and here's why also, Naranjo is what person I think is the most interesting writer for Enneagram. And he's doing NI stuff though, right? Like, but regardless, even though it's terribly misleading, it's spot on the money to describe me. Because why do I like his writing, even though he's he's doing way more with Enneagram than I think he should? Because he's an ENTP.
I gotta read Naranjo's version of 9. I never checked that one
You'd
out.
probably enjoy him a lot. He does a better job of type descriptions than typology type descriptions do, but he shouldn't be doing that work. But I get that people like the NI resonance of the whole thing. Wow, this really resonates with me. But the thing is, most of the stuff he was talking about for a 7, um, well, he did a pretty good job, I guess, of not overreaching that much. But what I read a lot of stuff for 7s is action types, you know, NE or SE doms. And
That's a 6, I think.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that all action types are 7s, but and this is why those 7-6 things are so misleading. Is that because probably a majority of 7s are action types. You're not. You're 7 in the tri type.
Yeah, and someone on Personality Database was like, "There's no way she could be an INFJ because there's no INFJs who have 7."
There are. There definitely are. Um, uh, but they're not that common. I mean, that's the thing is Enneagram doesn't match up exactly with type at all, but there is a reasonably strong correlation. So, a lot of FI DOMs are going to be 4s. But that doesn't mean all 4s are FI DOMs, or if you're an FI DOM, you're going to be a 4. Probably a lot of TI DOMs are going to be 5s. So, but then if you say, like, you can't be an INTP, there are no INTP 8s, you're wrong. You could be any type. Corey might very well be a 3.
I think he is a 3.
He's a 3 first, as he's an INFJ. And I still do believe that he's an INFJ.
Yeah, I do too.
When he was here, he was being very extroverted and stuff. I was thinking basically, I bet Rachel's thinking that he's an ENFJ.
Yeah, I was like, he's not acting like we're not acting alike right now. Or like I was noticing the stark contrast of me compared to you and him. I'm like, oh, I'm like fucking so introverted. Like I had no idea. Like I had no idea how introverted. But I also understand like the circumstances that he was under. Like you said, like he had just come from Temple City, right? And he's trying to kick some drugs, but he also wants to do some drugs with us. And he is basically free for the first time in like who knows how long.
Right. Yeah.
He wanted to catch up with you.
Yeah, um, and also it's important to remember that FE as a tool function
Mm.
for an INFJ, even though SI is unconscious, their experience is going to dramatically color what FE strategies they use. Rachel has a safety first approach to FE, which is when in doubt, no matter how small the doubt may be, keep your mouth shut. And so she learned this approach to FE because she was in an environment being raised as a kid and then later when she got out of back from North Carolina, um, that was that was very in which it was very possible to attract negative attention to yourself for her. And so she executed a basic and very effective FE strategy, which is don't give people any ammunition. Um, Yet, nevertheless, when I first touched her, I was convinced she was an extrovert because she seemed very extroverted to me, you know. But Corey's has a different has learned a different style of FE. Like his is a more action oriented style of FE. Yours is a more I mean yours is also action oriented. It's just a different kind of action. Like you will move to the floor because otherwise you're too worried about bothering me in bed, right? Um, Lou seems much more extroverted than you, but she's also an INFJ. Uh, I think part of it is you're unusually careful.
Yeah, I've been getting like a lot of tarot readings saying like time to give up on that. But it's a habit I have to break.
You've been opening up a bit lately with me more, you know. You've been talking more. You've been bringing up more stuff to me that you want my opinion on or something.
Yeah, because
And
it really matters. I don't like when I'm like when something's bothering me and I don't tell you. Like it's like I'm compulsive. Like I have to tell him.
well, I appreciate the fact that you don't let things fester or if anything's bothering you about anything. Obviously, definitely come talk to me.
Yeah, and you ground me.
You, you ground me. For a long time, as a fake dead person, I had trouble in my relationships.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
But Rachel loves me for who I am.
It's true.
Fortunately, I remembered after I finished the cigarette and was like dry mouth and thirsty throughout. This is why we came out here to get this. We came out here to get this, not to beat your fist with a face. Don't punch me in the face now. I call that song "Don't Punch Me in the Face." I also had a really good idea yesterday for a musical. Organizing Your Kitchen, the musical.
Ooh.
It made me think some about like the term meow theater. Well, if you think about like the kinds of work that they do when you're in a play to demonstrate that they're doing manual labor, right? Wiping a surface is one of the things they might do. Like stacking a box is another thing they might do. What's another kind of sweeping? Sweeping, right?
Sweeping's a good one.
Sweeping's a
Yeah.
popular one. You know, they have this the shopkeep sweeping, and then, whew, boy, I tell you, it's getting warm. I bet Mary Sue we come around to see us close up pretty soon. You know, like if you've ever seen a play before, they're kind
That's
of
totally how it goes.
they're kind of ridiculous inherently because it just when you're used to watching things on a screen on TV or whatever, um, you talking about EJR&D? You don't want to live off the grid. Let me tell you. Rachel and I live out in the woods, and we have electricity, internet. We're about to get fiber. Uh huh. We've got propane instead of gas because there are no natural gas lines running out here. And we got septic tank because there's no sewer lines out here. But we even got water from the water tanks. We got a roads that we can drive in and out. We lack for none of the conveniences of modern life. And we're pretty well isolated from the world. You want the best of both worlds. I mean, the thing is, by and large, I agree that Trump's guilty of a variety of different things and that it's not inappropriate necessarily to want to indict him for his refusal to cooperate with the peaceful transfer of power, which is just like basically trying to have a coup, even if it was not a very well thought out one or intentionally a coup. But I think my larger point would be um, I don't I don't like the well. I mean, Trump's extremely divisive, so it's not like there's any way to wrap up this Trump period without additional divisiveness. But I don't like the way that anti-Trump people use this legitimate indictment, probably legitimate indictment, as part of their overall partisanship, you know? So if we had a genuinely, if we had some people in the country who took a genuinely broad, civil minded, fair approach to things, then I'd be more comfortable with what's going on. But I don't like the idea that it's just another expression of partisan divisiveness via via the courts. I think it's a legitimate case to make, but I don't know if it's a good idea to make it anyway. Rainwater is illegal. Well, the thing is, I don't know where the water comes from in the water tower. I'm assuming it's collected in cisterns or something. But that's the water company. Trespassing laws in America are ridiculous. Well, I mean, what's ridiculous about them?
I like obviously when I was like not totally well, used to want to like ring and run, but like not like
You want to play Ding Dong Ditch?
in like in like rich upper class neighborhoods and like leave them like a cupcake or like a cookie to say, like have a good day. So they would think it'd be like that, well that, and then they realize like, oh,
Okay, there is no way that anybody can pass. There's no way anybody could ever be successfully prosecuted for the crime of giving somebody money. Now, it is the case that you shouldn't give homeless people money, by and large, but we all do sometimes anyway, because unfortunately our particularist empathy, sympathy, whatever, interferes with our ability to sustain a a larger a larger sense of civic duty. You know, Biden's former business partner turned on him and implicated him in criminal bribery today. Biden's DOJ files charges against Trump to try to ban him from running. Okay, well, look, Bobby. Biden's DOJ files charges against Trump, right? It's speculation that his motivation is to try to ban him from running. Because, as I said, there is plenty of good case to be made in this instance, and dramatically more case and of dramatically more importance than Biden's shit, right? So, what you're doing there is, first of all, trying to create a false equivalency. Um, Biden may be guilty of various things, but it's not equivalent to what Trump can legitimately be indicted on. Second of all, because he can legitimately be indicted on, and if we weren't so fucking partisanly divided, I would say he definitely should be indicted on. Um, you can't complain about the DOJ indicting him. But my problem is you're probably right, right? It's a partisan thing, probably. And Biden probably has ulterior motives, or the Biden administration has motives other than a purely legitimate um, desire to punish somebody who was. I mean, the thing is, it's not like Trump opposed the peaceful transfer of power because he he's a secret mastermind or something. The man's an idiot, right? He's one of the dumber people in America. So it's like he genuinely believed probably that the election was stolen despite the complete lack of evidence. Morris points out the DOJ gave the case about the files. The case, the case about the files to Trump, to a Trump-appointed judge. So I see a level of nonpartisanship there. Well, that's good. I mean, at least they're trying to make a show of it.
That's good.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Oni Rex, Satori, Morningstar, the vast majority of people um, are are politicking from the perspective of a culture war. So you've got people who are very in favor of Trump. You've got people who hate him, hate his guts, and both sides are doing the same thing. So your big Trump fans, they're not using their brains; they're using their hearts. Your big Trump haters, by and large, not using their brains, using their hearts. Do we have legitimate reason to hate Trump? Sure. But as I articulated yesterday, um, if you look at his overall presidency, he is not even the worst president this century. It's like, you know, George W. Bush was an absolute fucking nightmare. And Obama was weak and also created this insane, unsustainable, crazily bad idea called the Affordable Care Act, ACA.
So bad. So, so bad.
So the thing is, but the difference between those people and Trump is that Trump seemed to have no regard for the truth, even about minor matters like um, how many people were in attendance at his rally. When the facts were opposed to him, he just believed that it was the lamestream media spreading his lies, just because on every instance in which the facts didn't support him, he believed his own facts anyway.
Yep.
And he when he had the chance to stop the COVID insanity, his only answer to why shouldn't we take COVID seriously was that he had a hunch. That's not good enough, right? Obama was probably moderately better than Trump. I mean, I don't know. Trump accomplished plenty of decent outcomes as a president. He got us out of a lot of international agreements, and didn't facilitate a bunch of stupid legislation that we didn't need, and just generally, you know, he freed a lot of people from jail for drugs and stuff, and while at the same time supporting anti-drug legislation. I mean, Mr. Bobby, it couldn't have gotten any insanely worse. That's as bad as it could have possibly gotten, right? The the, the COVID alarmist side won that argument without it being ever made, really, right out the gates, and put us on full blast, worst case scenario. You can't get more locked down than fully locked down. Australia was completely locked down, and the U.S. Um, well, the U.S. it wouldn't have been any different under Obama because ultimately the feds had very little to say about any given area's COVID policies. You know, the feds only had jurisdictional authority over certain things, and when they tried to exercise that, like on airplanes, The courts overthrew that decision, so it would have been very, very much the same. Under me as president, it would have been in a sane place where we didn't do stupid shit like that. It's like I think most people, when choosing a president, are thinking, um, "I want the president who hates those damn meows as much as I do." Unfortunately, those damn meows are not the Russians or the Chinese or the North Koreans who we good reason to hate, or ISIS or whatever. It's our fellow Americans in the other political party. Yeah, well, there's a. I mean, both parties do double standard shit, right? Both parties do that. That's every time there's a judge to be a seat on the Supreme Court to be filled. If the president and the Congress are not in the same party, both parties do the same thing. They try to oppose any, pretty much every judge that the guy will send down, regardless. That's what they did with Obama. Anti Amish bigotry. Stop Amish hate. Hashtag stop Amish hate.
Do have they advanced with anything? Like, I know at some point they um allowed phones in their house.
I don't know. Do not know. Um, it's a slippery slope. Once you got a phone, next thing you know, you got a big screen TV and an electric powered fuck
Oh
machine.
my gosh! Oh my gosh! I think that what that the Amish do, that whole leave for your youth.
Go party for a few years.
Yeah, and see like.
I don't think that probably. I think it's probably like, you know, trying to make a rule for all people of this age without differentiating between types is doomed to have some failure in it.
Well, the ones that they showed anyway on TV, they were always happy to go back to the Amish life.
Does anybody here? Has anybody here ever had a? Anybody here ever had an Obama phone?
Oh my god, I posted that yesterday. Do you want to get it?
Yeah, what?
Obama phone?
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you mean? You have an Obama phone? Oh,
No. The whole that woman in I don't know where it is, but she's getting interviewed and she's like, Obama, he's great. He got us a phone. He's gonna do more.
I mean, like voters like Michael Smith there.
Oh.
He's the sort of person he's not even partisan. He just hates me.
Yeah.
Eric's just jealous because Trump's president. He'll never be. Well, remember, um, I don't really. I'm not really looking forward to the job. I think it's my duty to run. We'll see what happens. Sometimes I think if war was to come to America, I would, in some sense, be okay with it because at least a lot of dumbasses here would die. But on the other hand, a lot of good people would die too. I mean, I would not be okay with it if war came to
Oh my
America.
god, like I was so messed up from this like anime that I thought was just about like this girl who was like maniacal, but so I can't even like conceptualize of a war in the United States and be okay.
So, like, a voter like that, there's no way I'm going to win him over and get his vote. But, I'd like to believe that for healthy FI users, that I can talk to them in ways that they can that they can resonate with. It's like knowing about cognitive functions, by and large, at least theoretically, makes it possible for me to craft my language and approach communicatively to with a conscious awareness of what kind of things need to validate for different kinds of people, etc. But you know, it would probably be I'd probably be well served to have an FI type. Oh, good for him. He loves Trump. Yeah, he's among the pile of partisans in the world for sure. But in his case, that's not. Yeah, there's bigger problems than being a partisan for him. So, uh, yeah, people focus too much on people in politics in general, right? Should focus more on their lives. That may be, but most importantly, it's like who's capable of making good decisions, who has a good understanding of what the role and processes of the federal government are, who understands, for example, what's actually needed legislatively, if anything, in the country to resolve which kinds of problems for what reason. And then, you look at Trump and say, well, he prioritized uh, trade deficit with China. That's a good idea, good thing to do, probably. I was skeptical of his trade war at first, but it turned out well, and certainly China deserves to be held to account for their bullshit. Um, I think his focus on immigration was like the idea of building a big wall was fine, but forcibly separating families in detainment over the border is not okay. Just because those people broke the law and are here illegally, uh, you know, we need to demonstrate to even the people who are most vulnerable, especially to the people who are most vulnerable, prisoners of you know, illegal immigrant detainees, that we are a just and civil society, not monsters, who rip children from their parents and put them in separate places.
No, it's not what we're about.
So it's like, regardless of how much I may feel as though, no, I agree with you, Mr. Bobby, that nobody respects Biden. He's weak as hell, and that um, Putin didn't invade Ukraine on Trump's watch. I'm not disagreeing with that, but listen to what I'm saying because it's more important than what you're saying. So the thing is, we need to have both. We need to have somebody who both, by and large, attains good outcomes as president, or at least not too many terrible outcomes. But we also need to remember that we're the good guys and we have to behave accordingly. We can't be assassinating Iranian generals on Iraqi soil. We can't be treating Mexican illegal immigrants as though they were not human beings and didn't have basic human rights and you know need to be dealt with compassionately as anybody else does.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. We should all be we should all be taken aback by his callousness, right? And we should all be taken aback by his unwillingness to meaningfully engage anybody who didn't completely agree with him. That's very concerning. We should all be taken aback by the fact that he didn't represent the entire constituency. He just represented his base who was rabidly in favor of him. That should concern us all a lot, right? The fact that, and then worst of all, really, that he didn't cooperate with the peaceful transfer of power, despite having no actual evidence to support the claim that the election was stolen, and despite the fact that even if he had credible evidence of that, he still would not be. He still could not conceivably think it's okay to retain power in the absence of a court decision. It, that's why we have three branches of government. Anyway, so
He's in big trouble.
the point is, Mr. Bobby, if you were trying to say that Trump could not have stopped that from happening, was unaware of it and couldn't have stopped it or something like that, you need to stop feeding your own feces to your mouth, okay? Think. I am not affirming some other system,
no.
okay? We're talking about something that Trump did to people that was not okay.
Yeah, it goes against.
Just like George W. Bush torturing and waterboarding people and shit, not okay.
Not okay at all. Hey, Eliana Diaz.
And if you want to be such a Trump supporter that you cannot acknowledge that, that's why you're part of the problem, right? I have an accurate, balanced, correct perspective on Trump that acknowledges where he was successful and it explains to you why it doesn't really matter if he was successful in impacts.
Ooh, Moonfay 11. I look forward to hearing about that if you don't mind sharing once you read it.
In the coming years.
How many people did he fire?
The amount of turnover in his administration was for sure record setting. If you can't even keep your own hand picked team on board, then you cannot be considered a very good leader, really, right?
Not really.
Like, he couldn't even keep people that he personally picked because they agreed with him so much to stay in his administration. He tried to get people to sign a personal loyalty oath to him, even though he's an elected official serving the public purportedly, with having sworn an oath to the Constitution, which obviously no government officials should be making personal loyalty oaths to Trump as though he were a king. They have a responsibility to uphold the Constitution, not to be loyal to the president. Well, that's fine for Tom Cruise because he's making a movie. He doesn't need to represent anybody. There's no constituency. There's no public interest. There's no responsibility um, to be a, you know, to be a good shepherd of the country and to run a clean administration that involves smart people uh, presenting different perspectives and wise deliberated decisions and stuff. If you're constantly having all this turnover in your admin, you're not
It's
gonna.
not good.
It means you're firing everybody who you need to hear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who's saying, actually, President Trump, I don't think that we should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That person gets fired. You know that it's not your things are not set up properly, right? The president has to be the right amount of open, the right amount of deliberative, and the right kind of deliberative, the right amount of intuitive, but also have the capacity to pull the trigger and take action. Trump had no problem there. He the reason you like you said world leaders respected him is because everybody knew that he would do what needed to be done if it needed to be done. I mean, I think if we were going to speak on his behalf, I'd say he was honest in his campaigning as to what he would do, and he made a concerted effort to do those things, regardless of whether they were any longer a good idea or if they ever had been. But he said what he was going to do, and then when he got to be the president, he tried to do it. Tried to do everything he said he was going to do. He wasn't able to accomplish everything he said he was going to do, but you cannot accuse him of misrepresenting in the campaign cycle what he was going to do. Now, people in leadership are human, right? It's all some form of drag without the sexuality. We're all playing at parts, walking with personas, faking until we make it like first time parents to a newborn with disability. Well, that may be the case for a while, right? But it is possible to actualize. Rachel and I are not faking it until we make it anymore. We may be, it may have been, used to be the case, but
No, I was always happy.
no, I mean, I don't mean us as a couple. I mean, us as individual people,
Oh, sure.
uh, we don't feel that way anymore. I don't feel like, to the extent that there's any adjudication going on, it would be me making judgments about whether other people are where they are in their growth arc, right? No, Mr. Bobby. Trump was well aware of the fact that the policy may have existed under Obama, but wasn't enforced like that under Obama. It was under Trump. Trump was well aware of it. If he didn't specifically order it, I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. And he chose to do nothing to stop it. That's all. The fact that you're still defending him means you've mistaken your desire to frame it as something other than what it is as me framing it the wrong way. Look, in every instance, a president can always blame shit they do wrong on some legacy to a former administration's policies. It's always the case. It's both their responsibility to not continue those irresponsible policies if they are a continuation of it, and certainly their responsibility to immediately fix um, families being forcibly separated and kept in detention apart from one another for long periods of time simply because they were border crossers. No, I'm saying that whatever the policy was under Obama, that separation didn't occur, right?
It's true.
Well, look, because there's no doubt that Trump was not a anything but the actual popular choice. We have lots of history of knowing who Trump is before he ever became president, right? There's no reason to think that the people who have more power than the president, presuming they um, are agreed about what strings to pull. After all, even we here, 13 people and talking with famous people, a very niche place that attracts mostly like minded people, we can't even agree on anything, right? In other words, I can't get you guys to fully agree with me.
Um, will I still be able to smoke weed as first lady?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're going to put an end to. I think it may even be that weed's legal in Washington D.C. I'm not sure.
It's a good question.
The president is supposed to represent who we are, supposed to aspire to be him and his family's archetypal. There's a certain extent that's true. Um, but most of all, what the president ought to be is a real statesman that naturally emerges from our citizen democracy as a good outcome of its processes and preservation of liberty and freedom of conscience and freedom of speech and other things like that. Well, the first thing I'm going to do, Moonfei, uh, I'd have to research what authority, whether or not the FTA is considered part of the executive branch. Basically, I need to research that. I don't think that's within my legitimate power to do that by executive order. What I will do first day is get the DOJ on the topic of seeing what we can do about getting Angel versus the feds. I don't remember who. I don't remember the exact name of the case where the Supreme Court ruled that the federal government has jurisdiction over marijuana even if it's grown in your backyard for your own consumption because of interstate commerce. So that it was a clearly terrible ruling, needs to be overturned. Then the federal government won't have anything to do with marijuana anymore. But barring that, I would say we'll figure out something for sure. You know, it should be a state's issue, if even that, right? Like, I don't think even the state governments should be passing laws uh, criminalizing drug possession and stuff. We already know well from history that those things don't work. Huh. Okay, well, I that's convincing, Mr. Bobby. I stand corrected. If in fact the policy that if in fact what I was under the impression was happening at the border really was just a continuation of policies that were being enacted under Obama, and Trump just hadn't gotten around to addressing it yet or hadn't thought about it or whatever, then fine. But he was made aware of it pretty quick, and I don't think he did anything about it, right? Well, that's the thing, Moonfei. If you ask me, the right to do drugs, the right to get loaded, basically, is one of the 10th Amendment unnamed additional rights. The best thing the Supreme Court could do would be to name that right as a civil right and incorporate it such that no states could thereafter pass laws criminalizing drug possession. It's a little harder to conceive of a way to get governments out of policing drug sales because while I don't have any problem getting drugs from black market dealers, um, it's a much tougher argument to make that unlicensed, unregulated purveyors of intoxicants uh, should be afforded any kind of normalcy in the marketplace, right? So the problem with trying to legalize drugs is that requires. I mean, we do legalize drugs already. They're called prescription drugs. Like, if you want to get meth, you have to get a prescription to get it, right? Are we going to get rid of all of the prescription drug pharmacy shit? Well, that's too much of a tall order to even consider trying to accomplish that, right? So the best thing that I could potentially do, or the biggest scope of thing I could do as president, probably would be uh, to get the Justice Department, to get the Supreme Court to overturn its previous rulings. We'd have to find a case with standing, etc. You know, it's not just that straightforward, but um, start with the Angel versus whomever case and get that interstate commerce, terrible interstate commerce ruling overruled, and then move from there. You know, would I like to see the DEA disbanded, gotten rid of entirely, fired, given given their pension or whatever, so they don't complain about it, and just end that whole administration? Yes, absolutely, I would like to see that happen. The federal government has no business whatsoever engaging in drug enforcement.
We can do a tour like Jacqueline Kennedy did. She brought them all around and was like, "This is the room where we're dancing."
When I become president, I'm going to use this monocle to look at things. Hmm.
Okay, so DC. Although it remains a crime under federal law, it is not a criminal offense in DC for adults 21 years of age or older to colon possess 2 ounces or less of marijuana, grow within their primary residence up to 6 marijuana plants, no more than 3 of which are mature.
Goodbye, Joseph E.
Bye, Josephine.
The E stands for excellent. What do you think about Dr. Shiva? You mean that elephant god? Or no, is that the six-armed one? I don't know.
I don't know.
Who's Shiva? What does Shiva look like?
I'll look her up. Are you
I'm just gonna look up
okay?
Shiva.
Yeah, destroyer.
Where is it? Destroyer said that.
Wikipedia. The first one.
Wikipedia. Wikipedia. God of destruction. Oh, four arms, two legs. Known as God of destruction, God of time, Lord of Yogis, the cosmic dancer, patron of yoga, meditation and arts, master of poison and medicine. I like God of destruction. In his fierce aspects, he's often depicted slaying demons. Shiva is a pan-Hindu deity revered widely by Hindus in India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia, especially in Java and Bali. Now, it should be noted that Shiva's consort was Parvati, and that Shiva and Parvati had 6 children: Kartikeya, Ganesha, Ayappan, Manasa, Ashokasundari, and Jyoti. So keep that in mind, everybody. Keep that in mind. Well, what if you intend to be a literal troll, a large green creature who lives under a bridge?
Oh, that's really safe. Careful what you wish for.
Because then you in that interpretation, you were never a troll to begin with, so you couldn't cease to be a troll. But if your prediction came true, then you would become a troll. Assuming you had some sort of troll transformation potion that you had found with your monocle.
That monocle is life changing.
Yeah. I need a subscription to Mad Magazine. That's what I need. It's Eeg Gubin.
Hey, E. Gubin.
I wonder if Mad Magazine still publishes the magazine.
Me too. I remember seeing it in 7-Eleven.
I agree, show me cracked sucked.
Mad Magazine's out of business?
I think Morich and Mr. Bobby, I probably have to research it more. Mr. Bobby convinced me at least that some of the pictures being shown were actually not even from Trump's administration. I was under the impression, I don't really know the facts of it enough to be sure about it. But um, if Bobby's right and Trump didn't really cause that to happen and or ignore it or whatever, then he's right. But I don't. I got caught making statements about stuff that I only sort of remember. So I just have to retract it for now. And if I feel like looking it up, I may end up saying yes, Trump should be condemned for that. If not, then I may end up saying no, he shouldn't be condemned for that if I look it up. But if I don't look it up at all, then that's most likely. Then I don't know what the answer to that is. The thing about Mad Magazine, though, that people don't realize, if you look at a data graph of Mad Magazine sales and, and incidents of mental health problems, it's like a perfect match. Probably Mad Magazine caused hundreds of millions of Americans to become mentally ill. That's why it was called Mad. You might have thought it was about anger. They meant it in an old-fashioned sense.
Here's the thing. You would think it would be Mad Magazine, but it was actually Archie comics.
Archie.
Specifically Betty and Veronica separate ones.
What did Betty and Veronica? What were Betty and Veronica doing?
Fighting over Archie.
Hmm. What was so hot about Archie?
That's the question no one can answer.
People hated Trump because he's blonde. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's it's hard not to have reservations about a guy. And granted, it was a long time ago. I get it, but about a guy who in an interview said, the great thing about being famous is you can just grab a girl right in the pussy. Like, who says that? And, and I mean, who wants to be able to do that?
Ew.
No, actually, NAFTA mortgage, as we were warned at the time, resulted in a massive increase in trucking accidents because Mexican drivers couldn't drive on the roads properly. That's what they said at the time, right? But then they changed the law to prevent Mexican truck drivers from driving here. We can only drive there and come back. It's ridiculous. And the thing is, like, what was Trump dealing with taunting Kim Jong Un?
So
like,
bizarre.
okay. The thing is, you just you he, Kim Jong Un already has been afforded way too much legitimacy by too many administrations in too many different ways. That whole North Korea thing has. You don't want to engage them like that. It's like ignore them until and unless you level Pyongyang.
That's not social media. I appreciate it. I was wondering if you are an Aries or a Pisces rat.
This needs to be plugged in.
Moving 11, that means that your sister is an Aries or Pisces rat. Ooh, Pisces rat.
Yes, Oni Rex Satori Morningstar. All white people are one group, and that group is called racists. Okay? What they do is they get together in their meetings, those whiteys, those white devils, and they swap stories about oppressing the other races. As fluidly transracial person myself, I am uniquely able to tell the truth about this because every once in a while, as I go through my transracial fluid changes, I become a white person. When that happens, I find myself invited to these meetings. What are they? They're just white people hanging out talking about how fun it is to discriminate. How, hey, anybody got any cool discrimination stories? Everybody raises their hands. Your mother's maiden name is Boom Shakalaka. What a great maiden name.
That is.
I have to go pee, you guys.
So that's really cool that you're a 4 life path. How do you like being called boring? I'm a life path 4 as well. I don't know if you knew that. You probably did. Jeremiah Fix says, Eric, haven't New York Times latest exercise is mental gymnastics.
What's that?
I,
Say that again?
Jeremiah fixes Eric, you haven't New York Times latest exercise is mental gymnastics.
No, I don't read the New York Times.
I wouldn't either.
I mean, I might occasionally want to read a story that's in there, but they've got like kind of a tough paywall.
Yeah, that's bogus.
And I don't want to pay the New York Times to read some articles.
I know, it's such bullshit. That's what happened with you in the Washington whatever times. Jeremiah Stick says New York Times said, summarizing, it's only okay when certain people do it.
Well, talking about what?
Yeah, what are they talking about? Mental gymnastics? We're conservatively boring. I like to think of it that way. That's a good way of looking at a show media. Eric is a 22 life path. Pretty special. Did anyone see the moon last night? We can only see it like a little bit through the trees. But it was really bright. And Eric said it was like a perfect moon for a witch to fly over with her broom. It really was. Is there a glitch in the Matrix? Is anybody there? Happy full moon, Moonfay 11. Did you do anything for it? Like, I didn't do anything for it. Took a look at it. You saw a carrot? It looked big and bright. And just like a perfect moon for a witch to pass over. sounds so much like Ghibli. Carrot, like you live in a Ghibli movie. That sounds like something a Ghibli character would do. That's so cute.
Well, Black Guy, you're not wrong. I am from the land of grapefruit flavor, aka Puerto Rico, right now. But I can already feel myself transitioning a little bit into something maybe more like Bermuda.
Ooh.
Yeah, my race is changing right now.
That's so cute, Carrot. Ghibli life is cute.
The thing is, you never hear people really talking about. You never talk about. They never talk about how Native Americans um, engaged in various barbaric shit like war and
Didn't they scalp people?
well, that was actually something that I think may have been introduced by Europeans.
Oh.
But but of course the Indian tribes definitely didn't have a good record on human rights violations. They were guilty of plenty of horrible shit, right? Plus, they slept on the dirt and followed animals around. So, what they try to say now is like, oh, we respected the earth. You didn't respect the earth. You just never figured out how to farm. That's why you were lying in the dirt and following animals around. I did not show media. Could you put a link? I'll watch it right now. Yeah, put the link. And then now you got these Indians with their trucks and their house and all that kind of shit, and then they drive their truck out to the hill and perform some stupid ass ritual like they're more in touch with the earth than other people or something. They were never in touch with the earth. They just weren't good enough at forming civilization to to uh, to grow in population enough that they outgrew their buffalo herd resources.
Why do I look like Freddie Mercury? Well, show media. Freddie Mercury is an ENTP. ENTPs look like fellow ENTPs. That's just how it works, right? Visual typing is looking at someone and being able to determine cognitive functions according to the type grid very quickly.
I mean, what a ridiculous answer, right? He might have been joking, but it wasn't clear. Oh God, that guy makes me. Mm. Well, the whole idea of visual typing is the idea that except it's totally unreliable. How are you supposed to determine cognitive functions by how somebody looks?
When I saw the video, I was like, did that C.S. Joseph? I was so confused.
Is that a fake mustache he had on?
It looked Freddie Mercury's mustache for sure.
I mean, he was just typing people by how they looked. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. He still thinks he's an ENTP, obviously. Nobody corrects him on that? How often does he get corrected on that, though? He recently divorced his wife. Didn't he marry her just like a couple years ago?
When I was introduced to his stuff in 2018, he was kicked out of his house for some reason. And basically living in his car, and I don't know if they got back together and then like patched things up. Like I don't know I don't know anything now, but yeah, back then. So they like had some sort of separation at some point.
Hmm. Okay, well, people get divorced. I got divorced twice.
That's true, and like maybe they're not. I'm not saying that they are now. Show media is saying that.
Ladies,
Oh.
ladies, the most eligible bachelor in town is back. C.S. Joseph is available for any of you ladies. Well, okay, Morridge. So they were up to 10,000 years ago. they did develop up to 10,000 years ago.
Do you know what the Indians also gave us besides maize?
No.
Lacrosse.
Lacrosse? Indians invented lacrosse? I mean, oh, that's pretty good. But the best thing that Indians invented was smoking.
Yes, smoking.
Without Indians, we wouldn't have any of these wonderful cigarettes.
Yes, thank you, Indians.
Thank you, Indians, for the cigarettes. We got the better deal there. They gave us cigarettes, we gave them alcohol.
Ooh.
We definitely got the better deal.
Yeah. It was started on Long Island. It was like this group of Indians on Long Island who played lacrosse with the
I sat down one day. They said, "Let's invent lacrosse."
They took a stick, made it into a basket, had some sort of ball, I guess, and like threw it to each other.
The ball they used was actually an infant pilgrim's head. Little known facts about the invention of lacrosse. Well, the Indians agreed with you, Cedric. The Indians agreed with you too much.
Is that true, Fly Guy? They took the nets they fish with? I didn't know that.
Most modern medicine comes from Native American knowledge on herbs? You mean these amphetamines I keep taking were invented by Indians? Because, I'm pretty sure that they didn't have that many good drugs.
No.
It's like nobody would choose if they went to the hospital and they needed drugs of some kind or if they had a medical problem. Nobody would choose correctly or wisely the Indian natural option over the actual drug.
Mm.
The Inuit did a bunch of those drugs. They also made QuickBooks.
Wow,
Mm.
wow. I guess I
Yeah.
really am selling the Native Americans.
Well, I mean, the Inuits obviously did, with their culture of igloos, whale blubber, etc., they had a naturally occurring need for spreadsheets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that how they kept track of like their huskies too?
Yeah, their huskies, their seals, their igloos, their okluks. One of those little things that make a little flame with some, I forget what they're called.
Cool.
Exploitative capitalism at its finest. Sometimes capitalism can contribute to the prosperity of those traded with. Other times it can be their undoing. Well, in the past, as capitalism was, you know, over time, capitalism became less. Capitalism, first of all, isn't really a thing, right? But um, the expression of capitalism became less about resource exploitation and more about service and intellectual property stuff, etc. Right? It once was the case that to get rich, what people would do is go to places where land hadn't been settled really yet or whatever, and chop down a bunch of trees and sell that, or mine a bunch of stuff out of the mountain and sell that. And that was considered how one made more wealth. Is it was always thought of as tangible terms of resources and or food production, etc. But nowadays, the vast majority of us are so decoupled from actual like resource conversion style labor.
Ooh, base 10 number system? That's cool.
Indians did not invent our fantastic base 10 number system. That's ridiculous.
Who did?
We had that back in the ancient Greek times.
Hmm.
Indians did invent the idea that you could make it rain by dancing.
Yeah,
They were wrong. But, they were one with nature. Okay. All I've had to eat all day today is a yogurt.
I'm making you food.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah, well, what you should have just said, Ruben, the R there is Indians invented dancing to make it rain. You just said, you mean Indians were all strippers? That would have been a more. I'm correcting your NI. How about that? This is not very often. It looks like my monocle has given my NI a leg up.
How's your monocle doing?
It's giving me a leg up on Ruben R. No, strippers. Okay, well look, but if you were going to carry the metaphor all the way through, strippers are the dancers, and the patrons are the clouds. So to the extent that the dance causes the clouds to rain water, so too does the stripper dance cause the customer clouds to rain money. Therefore, it is fair to say strippers make it rain in this metaphor.
I really like that. They do make it rain
Mm-hmm.
in that metaphor.
Yeah. So, when making metaphors, we want to make them just right. This is my nose monocle.
What you're like doing right now is reminding me of Monty Python.
That was funny. Huh?
Yeah,
Never
that
watched
was
today.
so funny.
This guy's manager tries to get him to do these things to get him to be famous. Like he tries to jump over the English Channel.
He's like, "Yep, I'm just gonna jump."
And in order to do this thing, he needed a sponsor. And the sponsor was a brick company. So he had to make the jump while carrying a bag of bricks. He didn't get very far, needless to say.
Yeah, surprisingly.
And then his next thing they were going to have him do was he was going to be the first man ever to eat a cathedral. An Anglican cathedrals. They took him to
Oh
a
yeah.
cathedral and he tried to take a bite out of it. Funny stuff. I always liked Monty Python. They're clever. That's great humor because it's from a long ass time ago and it's still funny.
Yeah.
Timelessness in humor is almost impossible to attain.
Yeah.
And that's still funny today.
If I was like in college or teen when that came out, I definitely would have been watching it.
Yeah. I also like the skit where there are these three like English dudes sitting around, like old, like rich English guys, and they take turns talking about one-upping each other on how poor they were as children. It's like one room. You had one room. You were lucky. I had to live in a hole in the ground. It's like, a hole in the ground? Why, that's the Ritz-Carlton. I had to live on the bottom of somebody's shoe as they walked through a puddle. It's like that shit. Pretty funny stuff. They had a number of funny skits. They influenced me a lot, probably, in my humor. The Vikings were technically barbarians.
Yeah, they were.
The Vikings were even more barbarians than the Indians.
Yeah, they were.
The Vikings learned how to make boats. Instead of going fishing, they said, cool, now we can go kill and steal from people further away from us.
Good day, Acacia.
That's why I've begun my organization, Racists Against Vikings E, or RAVE. In our organization, we believe that people have let their guard down and are no longer vigilant against Viking longboats coming to plunder, pillage, and raze their town. So, we're trying to raise awareness about the threat the Vikings still pose. We don't know where they are at the moment, we should probably assume they're all in longboats on their way here,
Okay.
and so we need to start. Everybody should have in their home a functioning battle axe.
If you see a boat that's on fire, it could be a Viking funeral.
Right. If you see a boat that's on ice, you could be watching uh, perhaps like a Disney show on ice or
Disney's Frozen.
Disney's Frozen. You could be watching that, or you could be driving along the ice around the North or South Pole during winter.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two places where you might see a boat on ice.
Those are. Or yeah, those ice capades.
Yeah, I like my capades frosty. They were actually great traders and craftsmen, the Vikings. If by traders and craftsmen you mean murderers, rapers, and pillagers, okay. Uh, Let me eat a little bit of food before I make any decisions about where to end the stream. I want to plug in the guitar and play a little bit of guitar through the amplifier. Hmm. I mean, I don't think. I think basically you throw a tomahawk at a Viking, even if you hit him straight in the head, he's just gonna shrug it off. He's gonna say, "You call that an axe?" And then he'll pull out an axe that's like the axe part's like this big, it's sharp, all super sharp, and go. Nose pudding. Where's nose pudding? Thank you,
Careful,
darling.
it's hot.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you a fork.
You taste like nose pudding. Pudding coming from my nose. Pudding in my sinuses as well. I'm not sure what an Andy machete is, but a javelin, that would probably work pretty well, provided you're an Olympic quality javelin thrower. Or you could be that guy who keeps setting new records at shot put. Apparently, there's this guy, American guy, I guess, who is he's being like the Shohei Ohtani of shot put. He's just like the best shot putter by a considerable margin and keeps setting new world records. They have to expand the maybe it's discus. I think it's shot put. It's one of the two.
What's shot put?
Are we shot put?
What is?
This guy, he keeps setting. It's like currently in the world of shot putting.
What is shot putting?
Oh, it's a track and field event where they have a like a heavy thing they spin around and then they go wah and throw it as far as they can.
Ah.
It's called shot put, and it's in the category like javelin throwing, discus. It's one of those kind of track and field events.
Traditional.
Yeah, old school traditional track event or field event. I mean, but yeah, he's one of those. It's interesting the way that this happens, where like you get Secretariat, who's this one individual horse that even 50 years later still holds like all the records for all the big races for the fastest time ever, who was so much better than everybody else that he he'd win by like 30 lengths, you know? And you get that, mostly we know about that with people because horse racing is the only sport that really has an animal as an athlete that we care about, you know? Some people like rodeo, but some things are surprising because, like, Shohei Ohtani, baseball's been played for over 110 years, 100, call it call it 130 years. And there's only one other person that we can even talk about that was successful as both a hitter and a pitcher. And that was one of the most famous players of all time, Babe Ruth. And Shohei Ohtani comes along, and there's just nobody to compare him to. He's so much better when you factor in the fact that he's both pitcher and a hitter than any other player in history.
Babe Ruth, yeah.
So much better than Babe Ruth, though.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth didn't have anywhere close to the kind of success at both at the same time
Yeah,
as
both at the same time, no.
as Shohei Ohtani is.
It's pretty spectacular.
Like, he's currently hitting 304, which this season seems to be a pretty high average. Seems like averages are down, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Hi, Capillo.
For the Angels, he leads the team in all major batting categories and all major pitching categories.
Wow, so impressive.
Like, you go to ESPN, right, and you click on the baseball team name, takes you to a page which shows the team pitching leaders and batting leaders in separate tabs. I guarantee you, there's not a single other team in the major leagues that has the same face on in the pitching tab as is found in the batting tab, except the Angels, we have all six pictures, all six names, all the leading batting categories and all leading pitching categories are Shohei Ohtani. Whereas, meanwhile, no other team even has a single person who is a leader on both tabs. Even one of the categories in both tabs. He's a leader in all six of them.
It's so impressive.
Now, granted, that's on the Angels, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he may not be exactly leading the league in, say, home runs, RBIs, batting average, or whatever. He's near the top. He's in the top 10, like all those categories as a batter.
Sure, I'll comment on it. Show media if you share it, for sure.
Now, it's no surprise that Babe Ruth is an athlete you could improve on. What's a surprise is either that nobody thought to let a player play both ways before, or from what I understand is more accurate, each of those skill sets requires all of your attention you can't possibly do both, uh, or something. I mean, why hasn't anybody since Babe Ruth attempted to do both? Given the fact that you've got the most authentic force possible driving progress, namely teams want to win. If they can get an advantage, they'll take it. So why don't we? Why have we never seen this before? You think we're going to see it again? I mean,
Well, that's why it's significant. Just like Johnny.
mm-hmm. The thing is, when something significant happens, then at the time, everybody's bias is naturally going to be towards. This might be the dawning of a new era in which like, well, horses used to be this good. Then Secretariat ushered in a new generation, after which horses were a lot better. No, Secretary came. He still holds those records. He was the best horse then. He blew everybody else away. He still holds those records today. So it wasn't. It didn't represent any kind of shift in the paradigm. He represented a true outlier. So the thing is, what was I going to link this back to?
So, so he's an Aquarius tiger? Do we know?
Who?
C.S. Joseph.
I have no idea. But the point is, Shohei Ohtani is like that, I suspect. Like Secretariat, that his success being a two-way player means that teams going forward are going to be a lot more open to the idea than they otherwise would have been, perhaps. But I suspect that we're not going to see another player be fully successful at both, like Shohei Ohtani is, again for another like 100 years or something.
I think so too. Okay, so I'm just double checking because like I know sometimes like the cutoff date is different. So 87. Yeah, he is a rabbit. So if you think about rabbits, like one of the most popular ones is Bugs Bunny. So selfish smartasses scheming.
So Rachel, you watched both highlights that I showed you from England and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, which team do you think looked better?
That's really difficult because, like you said, Japan was like tight on defense, but when it came to striking and ball control, England looked aggressive.
Japan's a defensive counter-striking team. Mm-hmm. England's a push-forward, aggressive kind of pressing team.
Mm-hmm. But
Japan's defense is like Swiss clockwork, and England looks like what the United States should look like, but doesn't. Me and Eric have the same life path, I think. Oh, is that you I keep bumping into? That, if I calculate it right, mine is.
Spazai is a rat.
What's my life path again?
22.
22. I'm the double deuce. I'm the double deuce, which means I'm press battle.
I don't think he's an ENFJ, show media. He is not.
Who?
C.S. Joseph.
What does this say?
Bonsai is like a Chinese thing. I think it's like birth chart.
I see.
Chinese bonsai chart. Yeah. I can look up yours. Calculator.
I think C.S. Joseph is a wonderful, wonderful man.
Yeah.
I'm tired of all this bickering and arguing about people. Can't we all just get along? C.S. Joseph seems like a great guy, and I'd like to spend time with him. I, Spending time with him sounds. He'd just be so like. He'd be like T Jump. I mean, can't you imagine if C.S. Joseph and I were like stuck in a room together for some reason somewhere? He'd just be shitting himself the whole time. That's what I think. I think
Yeah, I think so
I think he'd
too.
be incredibly intimidated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Eric's bonsai.
Well, because I mean, he knows he doesn't want to engage with me by a language about the topic, right? If I start talking to him about, if I ask him questions or whatever, he he's not going to be able to get away with, well, you just need to read the book with me or whatever. Mm,
Gregorian date 27th of April 1971. That's a Tuesday. Bonsai of the day. 4 pillars of destiny. Hour pillar. Jin Chao, metal ox. Day pillar. Ren Wu, water force. Month pillar. Ren Chen, water dragon. Year pillar. Metal pig.
his lying pillow fly guy. This is just a, because he doesn't want to lie to other people. He has a special lying pillow. It's a pillow with a picture of a face on it that he lies into so that helps him to be more honest in the world to get them out of him into the lying pillow. I think he'd try to get out of the conversation as quickly as possible, is what I think. Like, let's say some YouTuber invited him to an interview and invited me to an interview and didn't tell either of us that the other one was going to be there. I would not have a problem with it. He would freak out.
It says for you, inauspicious activity, demolition, assume office, burial. Assume office.
Assume your office is like the military way of saying go sit down at your desk and do some work.
Mm.
My day animal is a horse.
Yeah.
My night animal,
I
I don't know.
don't know either. It doesn't have one.
Could be a moth.
Ooh.
That's a night animal.
That's why, yeah, and that's why we've been seeing so many of them. They come to hang out with you.
If the goal is the grift, why set the record straight when the world can be fudged? Retort. Am I not entitled to my opinion, Eric? I mean, sure, so everyone's entitled to their opinion. But, you know, there's a difference between having an opinion and selling your arbitrary opinion as informed expertise about a subject regarding the specifics of which you can't answer any meaningful questions about or won't. No, Mr. Bobby, I'm guessing the girl would not feel complimented. It's a good question. Interesting question. Bobby asked this: would a girl be complimented if her boyfriend said to her, "Babe, you were beautiful like Lizzo"?
I would be like, damn, thanks. Like, she like totally embraces like herself for the most part. She goes on diet sometimes, but
But what did she embrace specifically about herself?
her size.
Right. So I think 95% of girlfriends are gonna be
Oh, they're
gonna be like, "What are you trying to say?"
oh man, that's a tailspin. So don't say it then.
I think you're beautiful like Lizzo's beautiful.
I'd be like, yes, thanks. She's so cool. But
I didn't say cool. I said beautiful.
she is beautiful. She's got this like.
No, I know. I want to affirm her too, darling. I get you. It's like we want to say things like all women are beautiful in all of their forms, but the fact is, I I'm sure the thing is, if I were to say that to you, it would make zero sense on any level.
Yeah, I would be very confused.
Because you are not beautiful in the way Lizzo is, which is to say, beautifully subjective in her knowing.
Yeah. I'd still be like, cool, you think I have her like, well, I guess that's not her beauty. I'm taking her personality as beauty. But she does go on diets and stuff. She's gone vegan. I don't know if she still is.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is, obviously, if you are burdened with a physical reality that is not in keeping with societal norms, you're dealing with it about as well as it can be dealt with if you're Lizzo.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's wonderful.
That is wonderful.
But it also speaks to the fact that um, despite all those messages of, you know, body image acceptance or whatever, that if you were to actually say to your girlfriend, "You're beautiful like Lizzo," she's gonna be offended, probably.
Probably like 99%.
Especially if this happens. "Babe, do you think I'm beautiful?" "Yeah, you're beautiful like Lizzo." Then he's gonna be super.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
That's not gonna go over well.
No, it's not gonna go over well. Do not say that.
So if you're looking for boyfriend advice, here we are answering your important love line questions. I think that's a good question, Bobby. It's important to plan ahead, make sure you don't give the wrong compliment. Like, well, cool. If we get stranded out there for a couple months, you should be fine. that probably wouldn't go over very well either. Or like, babe, you do super well on Naked and Afraid. You could live off those fat reserves for weeks.
Oh my god.
Things not to say to your
This
girlfriend.
is great advice.
You're so attractive, I have to tape my excitement down. I like that sentence a lot.
Me too.
It's a very strange sentence. I don't know. I don't think I really have any students because the thing is, but you know what? I do think I have actually a lot of them in my own way. It's just I don't know about them, right? I have heard from multiple people over the years that they've tried out the typing questions that I say are like TI polar test or SI polar test and found in their own lives equivalent responses to what they watched on a video and to what I explained. And, you know, in other words, they found that the questions work are revelatory when they try them out too. And that's what you know, that's how you know you've got a good system, right? Is that if I'm right, then you can use these same questions in the same way I do and get the same results. It doesn't require you to have C.S. Joseph's eyes and intuition to visually type people, right? You can actually learn how to do it and do it yourself just fine. Now, C.S. Joseph may say you can use the type grid or whatever that he has, but how do you identify examples of some thing that he calls meow, right? Why? Well, you don't certify anyone, so you shouldn't. In fact, if anything, I find you discourage the people here from typing others. No, I encourage you to type people all you want, right? The thing is, there's a difference between typing people in your life for your own purposes and um, and starting a YouTube channel in which you explain stuff about typology and type people, right?
You're starting to scratch me, pee.
I think it's great that everybody should try the kind of questions out that I'm using themselves and validate for themselves that in fact they can find people who have the same kind of answer, same kind of complete failure to answer on these SI questions as some examples from my typing session. The same complete failure to answer the TI questions that you see. The same kind of inability to nutshell a long sentence that you see from an NI-polar person or whatever. And that most people don't have that. That alone, right there, tells you that we're on to something. And also that nobody ever has both of those things. That tells you you're on to something right there. But regardless, I absolutely encourage people to type other people the way I type them. not the way other people type them, not the way they feel like typing them. And the thing is, also, there's a big difference between typing somebody and not telling that other person what type you think they are, or them not being interested at all in typology, and typing somebody who's paying to be typed. CS Joseph type test, type ESFJ, the online test. Well, I've heard so very, very little SI from you, Ruben. You know, you've been around here for a long time. I've heard you say a lot of things in the chat. You don't remember Ruben saying something like, "My brother and I used to do that a lot." Like this one time
my God.
I was in Lancaster and we were running there at night. This one time. That's the classic SI statement, right? This one time at band camp, that's classic SI. SI, it's this one time. NI is, well, usually.
Yeah.
I know a girl who organized her bedside table drawer. I probably do too.
I do, but then it gets like a little messy.
Yeah. We used to is much more of an NI thing than this one time. Who are we gossiping about now? Is it Johnny Depp? Is it um, Benedict Cumberbatch?
Cumberbatch.
Cumberbatch?
Yeah.
Is it? Let's gossip about him. What do we know about him, everybody? What's a hot gossip on Benedict Cumberbatch?
That's a good question. I've been out of the loop, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
Do you think is he married or something? You know?
Yes, he is.
Is he married to another famous person?
I don't believe so.
He's just married to a regular lady?
She might be another actress, but not as famous as him.
She should have to wear a shirt when she goes out with him that says regular lady on it. So that people know she's not independently famous or going out with him.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. I think the idea of wearing a shirt that says regular lady is a good idea. I would probably wear that. I kind of want that shirt. A shirt, just like a plain blue shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe with white letters. Maybe it's a light blue shirt with black letters, or I don't know about the colors. But the point is, a dark background or some solid background shirt, and then in relatively small letters, it says regular lady. Regular lady.
So, Benedict Cumberbatch is married to Sophie Hunter, a theater and opera director.
The Sophie Hunter?
Yes, you know her?
I saw her production of Cats in the summer of 2019, and it was a little bit mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm so jealous. I didn't get tickets in time.
No, of course not. Well, obviously, also you had tickets to Menopause the Musical the same night, so...
Well, I had to go see that.
Yeah, who can blame you?
So, need to think like this.
What are you thinking like?
Like I'm a little nervous for the show, like standing a long time because I'm not used to it.
Okay, well, hopefully there'll be chairs somewhere
Okay.
so you can sit some of the time. And remember, it's not going to be probably an especially long show because he's got maybe 2 hours worth of material.
Okay, cool. Cool.
So
I'll let you know, you know. I mean, I'm excited. I'm gonna be in the moment for sure. It's just been.
I mean, either they have seats in there or we bring something like a wheelchair with us. There's the possibilities.
It's a possibility.
Or even potentially, I know there's these like little, really low profile fold out, so sit down things with no back on.
Yeah, yeah.
You maybe get one of those. But we'll play it by ear and see how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, I may be fine, but I just don't. I'm trying not to be a 7 and ignore it and be like, no, it's fine, and then. Like,
yeah, maybe take like 4 go minutes before you go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or this thing right here is kind of like what I'm talking about. But this isn't for you to sit on. Right? But it's, it's howdy doody time. It's howdy doody time. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Let me just push these up, I guess, like that. These ones up like. I'll show you what I'm doing. Because it's pretty exciting stuff, for
It
sure.
is. I'm excited.
Let's see what's going on over here, huh? I'm trying to put this little thing up. Just see what it looks like.
Can I have the lighter? Thank you.
Okay. Let's put this up like. Yeah. Put this one up like meow. This one goes up like meow. This one up like meow. This one goes like meow. Like meow. This one goes right. Like meow, I guess. And this one goes like meow. But I guess you have to have another thing to put on top of it. I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't come with it?
Does it?
I would think it was a camping thing, but it could have been lost.
No, because see, you're supposed to put like these.
Oh, a seat thing
You're supposed
on
to put
it.
like that on. This is a
Cooler.
cooler, and this is a camp stove.
Oh, camp stove. Oh, yeah, no.
Well, now I get to put this away again. Oh, fine. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you, friends at home. Turn on that light. It's going to help you feel more excitement, more thrills, more adventures. You're going to feel alive with pleasure. Okay. Now I'm going to close this up the same way I opened it in reverse. Push all these things down. Screw me out. And now push it up like that. Like this. Get down like that. Like this, go like that. And then go like that.
Nicely done. Good SE.
Yeah, SETE. Good TE, really. But not difficult TE, really. And you don't have to be a TE genius to get it up.
Good to know we have that though.
Yeah, in case we want to put a cooler on a stand.
Yep.
Do you have any plans for tonight? What did you say when you said I hate to think this way, but what?
I'm concerned about me standing.
Oh, right, I remember now. Now I remember what you're talking about.
I don't even like to talk about it, but I feel like out of
Well, look, darling, it's whatever is necessary for your comfort is necessary. That's all there is to it. It's not something we stress about. We just deal with it.
Okay. It's gonna be a great time.
We don't sue the county of Mariposa.
No.
I know you're not like that at all. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, we're not those kind of
We
people.
just deal with it ourselves. Yeah. So, I don't know what's on tap for tonight exactly, but I do know that if you're gonna pay somebody to type you, then they should assess you with a certain amount of thoroughness, because it's not enough for them to get it right. They need to be able to justify and explain to you why you're that type, how you would have answered differently if you were some other type, etc. If they can't justify to you adequately why you're the type they say you are, then you're just paying for somebody's intuition to take a guess on too little data to possibly justify that intuitive leap, right? So even if they get you right, it's not a product you should want to pay for, because you have no good reason to believe they got you right. So that's why I think like C.S. Joseph's being kind of irresponsible, Dave Superpowers is being irresponsible. Dave Superpowers is teaching a class in complete nonsense, right? And he has people paying to take this class, learning about his system, which has hundreds of subtypes. They cannot be distinguished from one another, except by Dave and Shannon. He's not a scammer. He may believe what he's saying, I guess, or maybe just believe that If other people just grokked it like he did, they'd come to the same NI conclusions. But the thing is, if he had any kind of decent NI, he wouldn't have hundreds of subtypes. You wouldn't have jumpers where you have two types that look like the other type, but somehow aren't, without demarcating very specific distinctions that you can make that would make one a regular ENTP, one an ISFJ ENTP jumper, one of them a an ENTP who looks like an ESFP, and one. It's like if you cannot establish exactly the what and why a given piece of data compellingly indicates that you are this versus that, and then operationalize that so other people can apply the same test and get the same response, get the same answers about people, then you are. And additionally, if there's no way to validate between, like, let's say he's got a standardized kind of a test that this answer always means you're a mia or something like that. Let's pretend he had that, right? It still doesn't mean anything if the mechanics of it don't inform you about the person. So it's like, okay, according to this test, and everybody can administer this test the same to somebody, and they're going to get the same response from some percentage of the people, and that means mia. Why does it mean mia, and not something else? Because there's no mechanics to it that makes sense that other people can by conceptually understanding the mechanics, consistently apply, if applied correctly, get the same answers, then what the fuck are they doing, right? They're saying, come on into our fart tent. We're farting up a storm in here, and we are experts at the different shades, smells, flavors of our farts. And listen, someday, folks, if you take our class long enough, you too can be expert in our farts. And when you leave this tent and go out in the world, you will have an expertise that is absolutely useless because it's so only particularly interesting. Within itself, people get lost in it, being interested in its vagaries and endlessly spiraling circles of mia. But if they try to use it for anything, what's going to happen? They're just going to be either infinitely uncertain, because it could always be a jumper of mia to mia to mia to mia to mia. They're going to be confused because they get this result and the person seems nothing like their understanding of what that type would be. So, Dave Superpowers therefore said, no, well, we're not really related to Jungian typology at all. We're just our own thing now. And so as to make it impossible for anybody to cross-reference anything at all, that is horrible. That's like a religion that charges money.
Yeah.
And then he goes out and tries to bust scammers. Talk about hypocrisy ignoring. TI concerns itself with hypocrisy. And TI concerns itself with the implications of things, right? Like, a TI user would never do what Michael Smith did, where in one breath he's like saying, I should feel bad about myself or whatever because my daughter's the trustee instead of me. In the next breath, saying he's going to call the IRS on me, even though he just used an attack that said, I don't have any money. So it's like that kind of contradiction. A TI user, even anywhere in the front stack, I don't think would make that mistake, you know? So, where am I going with this? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, right. Dave Superpowers. I not, he must believe in some way in what he's doing with his typing thing. It's really the only explanation for him. And he doesn't seem like he's evil or anything. He, you know, he was brave enough to have an interview with me one time.
Yeah. I don't know.
He doesn't seem especially bright, but I'm not sure what the appeal is of him to people. I guess, like, he uses colorful circles and stuff.
I did not like that. When I was first getting into typology, well, not first getting into, but researching on it on YouTube, deep superpower stuff came up, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this does not really explain anything. In fact, it makes it only more confusing. I'm not following this guy.
Yeah. Obviously, he doesn't have any idea what cognitive functions are, as evidenced by the fact that, I don't remember exactly the details of it, but I like demonstrated some SI questions with him, and it played out like I expected or whatever. And I said, "Well, how do you explain that?" or something like that. And he said, "I'm like, I don't know." So it's like he clearly doesn't know what he's doing, in the sense that he's not doing it well. If you were to do something like that at all, even if you wanted to make up your own variation that was focused not on, if you wanted to pull an Adderall, right? Adderall exists because some drug company, they wanted a proprietary mix of amphetamines. So instead of just having the good amphetamine that you want in there, they added 2 other shitty amphetamines that you don't really want. Now it's a proprietary mix, so they've got, hey, I've got a patent on this drug, only we can sell it for a while, yada yada. Well, that's basically what he's doing. He's saying there's a thing that exists that's people treat as though it were astrology. I might as well make up my own variation of it and make it proprietary. That'll be whoop, right? Except, even if you were to accept that that was a good idea to do, he's done an impossibly shitty job of it. Like, you don't make up your variation that has hundreds of subtypes and think like, yeah, that's better than one that makes that's not overwhelmingly like bifurcating, like overwhelmingly bifurcating. That's what you would call that shit, right? It's like, yes, you can continue to make bifurcations, but if you're not distinguishing between things that are actually mechanically relevant and things that are just sort of descriptively correlated, then you don't know what you're doing. If you're mixing and mushing those things together as though and treating them all the same, even though some things are mechanistic. They explain how a system operates. Some things are um, like uh, a third party view description. Like this is these are behaviors or qualities of a person that you're likely to see. Some of them um, are internal things like this is how the person who's that type is going to feel or view themselves or whatever. But they're not drawing those. They're not making those distinctions. They're just saying and thinking that they need to be treated differently, right? So mechanical things cascade, uh, like display things don't, right? So, but obviously, what he is good at is the idea of selling information dissemination as a product.
Yeah.
So, like when I was with Kudos or Autonomy Debate, I was doing the same thing. I was selling information dissemination as a product. And it is true that you can get people to sign up for stupid ass conferences about positive thinking and leadership skills and you know unleashing your potential and all kinds of other garbage that is just it's like whose life is going to be changed by going to a conference?
My life wasn't changed, but I learned about borderline personality disorder.
I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea to go to conferences that or I don't know, like yours was about mental health stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing. I'm talking about like these. Somehow I'm dissatisfied with my life in the status quo, and what's missing is leadership from this inspirational speaker who's going to Tony Robbins me or whatever. It's going to be like this conference is only $699,
Yes.
and then they're gonna have testimonials like, I went to this conference and literally my life changed. I got a new car, I got a new house, and then people go to that conference, they get all worked up by this motivational speaker, and then they go home and try to apply the lessons or just some sort of like basic shit like, it's as simple as this: GOAL. G, give it your all.
Yeah.
It's like stupid ass shit like that. So, yes, he's good at selling information dissemination as a product, but the version of that he's doing is much more Tony Robbins than it is Carl Jung. It's learning theater, right? People go there, think endlessly complicated. They keep giving various explanations and stuff. They don't have a complete curriculum. There's no way to learn the whole thing really.
And like, if Dave Powers is an ENTJ and Jung is a INFJ, then Dave's superpowers will feel superior to whatever thoughts that Jung has because he's a supervisor.
Right. Well, I mean, he feels as though NI primarily is to be used as a tool function in service of TE goals and stuff.
Yeah.
So his frame at the outset is subjective, and that's why it's not that he feels superior to Jung so much as he thinks Jung didn't know. You know how I say like Dave Matthews doesn't know what money's for.
Mm-hmm.
Dave's superpower would be like, hurrying doesn't know what truth is for.
Yeah.
It's to make money. Hey, look, it doesn't matter what our system is. The point is, we've got all the mechanics of the business running properly. We have a system that can be interchanged with any system, really. This one happens to be ours, and this way it's proprietary. David Shan made it up, right? But most importantly, what really matters, we've got the classes schedule set up, we've got the payment thing set up, we've got the math set up, and we've got an endlessly complicated system that if we can keep people mystified by its complication and not questioning its legitimacy at all, they could be hanging around here for years paying us for ever more information about this system that never resolves into any actual answers. Well, that's perfect for what he's trying to do, right? Absolutely perfect. The idea that he might be doing somebody a disservice doesn't cross his mind because, after all, he's doing work to explain things and getting the reward that naturally comes when you do the work right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the problem is there are many more dumb people than there are smart people. And in general, there are many more people who are interested in and susceptible to the promise of progress by way of structured meow. They can tell Dave Superpowers is a guy who can TE well. They can just tell. They go, he's got these classes. I bet this is going to be really well organized, well put together. And I'm sure in some sense they are. And if you don't notice, you might continue not learning anything for years.
No wonder, like, the socionics Reddit or anything that I read about MBTI on Reddit is like has like that language jumper and whatever other types.
Recalculous. Absolutely recalculous. But the thing is, of course, this is the problem that typology informed us about. Dave's superpowers is always going to be more effective at disseminating his information than I am, because for him, it's just a product he's selling, and the end is his goal. I'm not going to be as good at disseminating the information that is much better than his information. In fact, his information is actively bad and mine is correct. But I'm always going to be not so good at disseminating it because, number one, I'm not motivated very much by the promise of money. So maybe I should be, but I tend to not be. So it's like, do I want to teach a class, or it's like I don't want to maintain. I hate the constant management of resources that's required to do any kind of a business thing. Like, you got to manage your time and your resources of all kinds very carefully all the time. And it's like, it's just not in my wheelhouse. You have to maintain consistency over time. Definitely not in my wheelhouse. So, also, if I were going to teach a class on typology, I would not even dream of trying to teach a class before I had my curriculum done. And unlike Dave's superpowers, I don't think that any old thing I throw out there counts as curriculum.
Yeah.
It should be a complete unit that covers the whole thing in a way that where you start, you know nothing. By the time you end, you can type people just as well as I can with some practice and understand just as fully as I do everything there is to be understood about it. The problem is I don't want to, it wouldn't even dream of trying to teach that class because there are too many holes in my knowledge still. It's like what I do know, I know with a high degree of certainty, but there are still plenty of things that I'm not so sure about, and I I wouldn't want to teach something wrong. I mean, after all, when you're trying to model something as nuanced, complicated, hard to get your head around as human consciousness, but even bigger than that, of how human consciousness expresses differently between different individuals within a finite set of possibilities. You know, the only way you can even conceivably model it is as an interaction of processes between agents and objects within fields, right? So when you just do a basic analysis of how people actually are, what actually reality is, right? Some basic observation, you recognize that people operate on 4 different fields. They think about stuff in their head, they say stuff out loud, they feel stuff in their body, and they do stuff out in the world, make impacts to other objects and stuff. So now then, you've got 4 fields. You've got an agent who's the individual in question being modeled in this instance. And you can then, say, diagram out a given period of time as a sequence of information, agent, connections that express in certain ways. Like, so right now, if you were to model what's happening right now, it would just be the agent extroverting objects, putting objects on the external metaphysical field. I'm just talking. I'm just saying things and explaining things and whatever. And so, but I am nevertheless, from your perspective, what you're going to understand from as viewing me as an object agent is you're going to see just me extroverting objects onto the external metaphysical field. But from my perspective, I'm also experiencing SI stuff in my body, like my back's a little sore, I hear the fan, you know, shit like that, right? But by and large, my SE is not engaged here in that I'm not scanning the environment for information. I'm scanning the inside of my head. I mean, my eyes might be open, but I'm not really looking at anything so much as I am ideating, you know? Like, I've been playing with this the whole time, too, fidgeting with this thing. This is SE, like, substitute, you might call it, or SI even. Feel it on my finger, etc. Same with these things, like SI, primarily. But it's also a little bit SE, there's a lot of follow through, something I consistently do over time, right? So with arrows, 4 fields, some sort of, you know, icon representing the agent keeping in mind that 2 of the fields are within the agent and 2 of the fields are outside of the agent. Just with some arrows and the function name, you could map out. If you were to see a scene with, say, 2 people in it, having a conversation and or doing things, you could script out what's happening there just in terms of cognitive functions, arrows, and fields, and the 2 agents. If you can't do that, you're just masturbating. Because the thing is, you've got 2 interface functions that basically are conversion functions. One of them converts from the experiential or physical realm into the metaphysical realm. That's well, they both do conversions potentially in both directions, but primarily what TE's the primary directionality of TE is someone's got a problem. They're expressing it to me in the metaphysical area. I go solve it. I'm converting their expressed need or problem into a solution or goal or outcome or whatever, right? But when I think of TE, because I'm a metaphysical type, I think of it the other way around. I'm converting a problem, like how to run this classroom while I'm not here, into a set of instructions for somebody else, lesson plans. So it just occurred to me right now that I keep thinking about TE that way, but actually for TE users it's the other way. So anyway, the point is, either way, TE can convert what it knows from experience and having figured out the logic of a system that has its own particular logic. They can convert that into words to explain to somebody else, or a set of ordinated steps to follow, or they can hear somebody tell them a problem, ask some questions about the scope of the problem and the desired solution, and figure out a way to attain that. Either way, it's converting from either physical to metaphysical or metaphysical to physical. FE is the same way. It takes what's physical, experiential, namely other people's emotional displays, and converts them into meanings that are static and binary. Jody is sad. She's sad because I said that thing that I said, and therefore I should apologize because I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. Now, it may turn out that when you go to talk to her about it, Jody was not sad about that at all. She was sad about something entirely else, or that she's not sad at all anymore. That she was sad momentarily, then after she thought about it, she realized, no, I'm glad you said that. I'm really happy you said that. It made me briefly sad, but now I really feel much happier, actually. So the thing is, those binary statuses that FE converts other people's subjectivities into are approximations and binary statuses, and not fluid actualities of people's emotions, and therefore, suffer sometimes limitations accordingly. But FE also works like the other way around, where I know Jody's going through some hard times right now, so I'm going to give her a casserole to make her feel better, or I'm going to say reassuring words or something. In that case, you're trying to convert metaphysicalities, language, into good feelings. If you're trying to convert physicalities into good feelings, like by baking them a pie or whatever, you're still really engaging metaphysically. The pie is more of a gesture than it is food. But obviously, like SFJs are more likely to try to take their binary meanings of that they have in their head from their FE regarding the other person's emotionalities and solve them by with physicalities like baking them food or something. Regardless, they're still converting what's in their head as metaphysicalities, as binary statuses representative of a dynamic emotional state of the other person, into physicalities, one way or the other, either with language, make them feel better with words, or make them feel better with, I don't know, giving them a massage, baking them food, um, hugging them, things like that. So, in both cases, the interface functions are conversion functions. For the FE user, it's metaphysical first, in the sense that they're getting data from the external world, sure, it's physical data, but it doesn't become meaningful to them at all until it's converted into some meanings in their head, affording that person a certain status. And so, in that regard, FE is metaphysical first. TE is physical first in the sense that all TE begins with FI. Somebody needs to have a problem or want an outcome or want to avoid an outcome. So it's like you have to know clearly what you want before any TE can even occur. So that's why TE is physical first. It's also physical first in the sense that problems that require TE require you to interface with them directly and actually. You can't interface simply with symbolic representations of it and accomplish anything. Like if you wanted me to check Joe's logic on something, you wouldn't have to tell me the exact sentence he said. You just have to tell me the quantifiers and the variables. Joe said all mias have mia, and then he said miagity has mia, therefore miagity is a mia. Is that good logic? I will tell you no. Doesn't matter what the words were because he's affirming the consequent. On the other hand, if I tell you, okay, well, I've got a broken fan. Can you, and here's my plan to fix it. Can you tell me if it's a good plan? Well, unless I know what's wrong with it, it can't possibly be a good plan. And before I've taken it apart or looked at it or anything, I can't even conceivably have a plan or have it validated at all. You can't validate the plan to fix something like that ahead of time. You have to get into it and take it apart and see what's going on and then plan it as it goes, right? That's the difference between, external logic and internal logic, or external logic, which is the logic of things in and of themselves that have their own logic, and communication logic, which is the logic of language and symbolizing things with variables and stuff. Then you've got your knowledge functions that either know by observing and intuiting about the identity of things, the reality of systems, the likely outcome of Mia. Or like Rachel intuited right away when we were watching the soccer game last night that the U.S. goalie was like vulnerable, like sketchy. She didn't seem comfortable with the ball or whatever. And in fact, all night long she looked sketchy. Like I didn't trust her in goal after a while, but Rachel intuited it right away. That's observational intuition knowing. SI is a knowing from your own experience and familiarity. And there's a quality to SI people in which they have trouble believing in things perhaps until they've experienced it themselves, and or they extrapolate from their own experience too much. And so, you know, if my house got struck by lightning, then when the insurance company pays to get it repaired, I'm going to make sure to put a lightning rod on top so this doesn't happen again. Well, it's not going to happen again. It's ridiculous to take preventative measures to prevent once in a lifetime events from happening again, right? Even if it does happen again, it would not have been a good decision to put a lightning rod on top of your house unless you have a particular reason to think that your house is especially susceptible to getting struck by lightning. Or, you know, let's say it strikes a tree in your front yard, and so you put a lightning rod on top of your house. Well, your tree's already been killed by the lightning strike, so you're not going to save it. And it's probably the tallness of the tree that attracted the lightning. So now all you're doing is bringing lightning to your house that otherwise would have hit somebody else's tree next time, right? That's an SI thing to do. A lightning strike, this is SI tool. A lightning strike hits our tree in the front yard, kills it, our big tree, and so I get a lightning rod installed on top of the house after the tree is removed. That would be a very anti-polar SI thing to do. So you can see how NI is an objective knowing function, but that doesn't make it correct. It just means it's knowing by intuition about the external world. In fact, some people, when they're using their knowledge function, and it's NI, are very often incorrect, and perhaps even in some circumstances more likely to be incorrect than correct. So we can see a lot of people making wild intuitive leaps about, say, the COVID vaccine, or like the election that Trump lost, you know, wild intuitive leaps because they're seeing patterns in something. It's consistent with what they want, and so they just intuit with their objective intuition at the behest of their subjective deliberation function, and you end up with this disastrous reality of platypusing, Ted Kaczynski's, etc., who are NIing the fuck out of stuff and are totally wrong. So don't think that just because something's objective, it's correct. NI is the best function to use when being correct about certain kinds of things, and not the best function to use when being correct about other kinds of things. Not that you can choose, but you can be aware to some extent of where the jurisdiction of a given function lies, you know? So, obviously with FI and TI, those are the most purely objective and subjective functions. TI being checking the universal logic of language for validity is as objective as it gets. FI, concerning itself with your own interests and what's precious and important to you and harm prevention and stuff, that's as subjective as it gets. And they're really the only two functions that are truly objective or subjective as the words are used properly, because as used properly, they refer to either data, in which case that's not a cognitive function, that's data, or, I mean, somebody else's subjective data may be their cognitive function, but it's data to you. Or it's talking about a deliberative process, whether you're making a decision about the status of something in a disinterested or interested fashion. So TI and FI, TI is the only truly objective function, FI is the only truly subjective function. NI is subjective in the sense that it's objective in the sense that it ignores one's own experience in order to know that this reality is different and needs to be treated according to its particulars. Like Rachel didn't say you should get that wheelchair for your mom because she was paying attention to what she already knew, which was that my mom had a wheelchair um, and that in the status quo we weren't shopping for a wheelchair right then. We were just at a yard sale, but she, being an NI Dom rather than an SI user, is observing all the time. She sees that thing and recognizes that it's a good value and that it's much better than the wheelchair my mom has, etc. Says let's get it. So eventually it got gotten. Um, I would have walked right past it, not thought anything about it at all because I wasn't looking for a wheelchair right then.
Well, your dad had mentioned that he was struggling to find her another wheelchair. It was kind of just serendipitous.
Well, in that sense, Rachel did involve her SI to some extent. But was it the case, Rachel, that when you walked into the yard sale, you were thinking about that?
No.
Or when you saw the wheelchair?
No, we were literally leaving, and I'm like, oh, wheelchair.
But when did you think Eric's dad said that? Was it after you saw the wheelchair or before you saw a wheelchair? Like, you weren't walking around thinking, I'm going to keep my eyes out for a wheelchair.
No, I
right.
wasn't at all. No.
So, yeah, the thing is, after the fact, she explained why she had intuited without thinking this first, what she had intuited. What she intuited was, we should get that. Then she felt like, okay, well, why do I intuit that? And the answer was, well, Eric's dad said that, yeah, and yeah. And those were the factors that played a role in her intuiting about what she was observing, but they weren't the frame in which she was observing. So, in that regard, NI is objective because it's focused on objects outside of you rather than processes or bits of knowledge inside of you. And then I guess that all. And then NE and SE are the last two ones to talk about. So NE is the communication function that puts objects on the external metaphysical field. SE puts or impacts objects on the physical field, external. And accordingly, both are action functions. Generally, extroverted sensing kind of action is considered action, whereas what I'm doing right now isn't really considered action, but they're both forms of action. And both action types have good enough of the other kind of action type, just like both knowledge types have good enough, Like Rachel's SI is good enough that she's able to explain why she intuited that we should get that wheelchair by linking it to a specific particular instance of my dad saying something.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that. But that's a perfect place for. That's the kind of SI that she's good enough at, right? The kind that's relevant to communication because she's got NI and FE and then TI, 3 communication functions stacked up front, on top. The kind of SI she's bad at is reporting about her own body, is about getting enough sleep, knowing when to eat, stuff like that. But it's only a problem if, like, the thing about being weak in the sensing functions, 4 and 8 for both of us, is that we can, the sensing functions are effective, are important for for busy people. Like, if I'm out in the world doing stuff, working or whatever, it's very important that I get enough sleep and eat enough as well, or else I'm not going to be able to do all that stuff. And similarly, if I take very good care of myself, I'll be much more able to engage in kind of long term steady projects and stuff like that. But for Rachel and I, we don't have our SE and SI don't cause us problems now because we don't have any real responsibilities. So the fact that 2 nights ago I went to bed at like 4 in the morning. Last night I went to bed at like 2 in the morning or something. And some days I sleep in, I get up early, like, you know, I went to bed at 1, I get up at like 6 a.m. or something. And other days, like the other day I slept till 2. We can handle having shitty sensing functions, being shitty at paying attention to sensory matters, provided the world isn't making really any demands on us. Because if you're allowed to just float through life as you see fit, then you're not faced with a situation where like, oh shit, I gotta go work for 8 hours and I forgot to eat breakfast and I got 2 hours of sleep last night. You know, then you're being things are gonna suck ass, right?
Yeah.
So in the status quo though, Rachel and I may or may not get much sleep on a given night. It doesn't really matter because we might both sleep until like 4 in the afternoon if we feel like it, you know. And that does happen. So on the other hand, if we were sensors, we'd be bored. Like my dad was bored a lot because, well, he didn't have something like this, right? He didn't find satisfaction in meaning making or in meaning understanding, really. He had difficulty connecting with other people because FE8, ESTJs often do have difficulty connecting with other people. And you know, his absolute values were ideating and goal solution stuff, but his ideation seemed to work as a scorecard in the sense that almost more like a critical parent, that if he didn't anticipate a problem that arose, he had failed on NE grounds. So his NE was directed exclusively towards 2 areas: anticipating everything that might go wrong with one of his plans and thinking about where he wants to go on vacation next. Makes it hard to, I think, be happy because you want to solve problems, you want to ideate, you want to attain goals, but having ideation as your third slot function, well, maybe he found it satisfying just to ideate regardless of whether he had an audience, but you know, I think he fancied himself a bit of a philosopher and stuff, you know, but he never really came up with his own ideas in that area. He had his own opinions about political things, but I don't know. He's got to be a tough type to be. TE and NE is absolute values, and then TI is the fifth slot absolute value. It runs afoul of TE so much, you know.
Yeah, it does.
So my dad didn't like to discuss things at all. He liked to decide and then inform, because he didn't want to face TI scrutiny. Of course, his family is all FETI, or TIFE. His wife was F. His son was TIFE. His granddaughter was TIFE. Rachel comes in. She's NIFETI. It's just like, no wonder he acted like he did.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted to defend his TENE from what is fundamentally adversarial to everything, TI. You know, it's like TI does battle by negating. It's what it does. It, you know, TI is like a BPD relationship partner. You can only get to 0 points. You didn't fail. That's as good as you can get with TI. And of course, you know, when I disagreed with my dad about something or whatever, what would I be throwing at him to insinuate? TI and NI. But Dad, that's not how shit works. You know, that's not. Think about it as I can't. You know, and I can remember myself trying to, sort of stuttering through, trying to explain why about something NI that doesn't deconstruct, but I didn't know about cognitive functions. You know, it's like I can remember myself kind of going, but it because it's just not like that. You know, not ideal to have your son always a threat to invalidate your fifth slot function, while concurrently actively consciously about invalidating your first slot function.
That's true.
And then also being way better than you at your third slot function. They call him the benefactor, me the beneficiary, and it may play out like that, but in terms of interactions in the world with ESTJs, by and large, they don't want to deal with me. They tend to be intimidated by me, because maybe they're a doctor or something, and I'm questioning them about things, and they're trying to go by the book. And they don't want to deal with TI guy interfering with their efficacy or efficiency. Alright, well, I guess I'm about ready to wrap this up here.
What does efficacy mean?
Yeah, I should have said efficiency, because efficacy means effectiveness.
Oh.
So efficacy is more a matter of SE, efficiency is more a matter of TE.
Yeah. It's tough.
But it's important to remember also that SE is an action function, whereas TE is an interface function. So really what TE is about is solving or figuring out how to get from A to B, whether it's problem to solution, whether it's goal to outcome, whatever. It's that figuring out process of turning something that's with just what it is initially into a ordinated process of steps that you're going to be taking to get from A to B. And because it's an interface function, you're going to have to probably check. Like, you're not going to know the whole order of operations ahead of time for sure if it's something you're really figuring out. So, person who's using TE well is making sure that they're not jumping ahead in the order of operations and probably figuring out the steps one at a time as they go through it. Taking a special care to not create a situation where they've completed up through here and they realize, oh fuck, I need to put this thing here, and then have to undo the whole thing. So good TE prevents that from happening, but it probably not by figuring out, okay, so beforehand, okay, I'm going to execute these 12 steps in this order. It's probably figuring out, okay, what's definitely the first thing I have to do, this foundation level in this solvency protocol, and then figuring out the next thing. Because you're interfacing with it in the sense that you're checking it for, you're making an adjustment of some sort, checking it for what the new data reveals. So a good example of TE from Naked and Afraid was Waz's fire starting approach. He started with one thing. He changed one variable at a time on his in his fire making get up and note whether it helped things or not, and that way, bit by bit, he figured out what the optimal order of operations and specific pieces of wood and shit that he had were going to be most effective in starting the fire. That's a very TE interfacey kind of way of figuring out, in this environment with these particular materials, what's the best way I could start a fire with the techniques that I know. I have multiple techniques and there's multiple pieces of different kinds of wood, so I'm gonna work this out by interfacing with the materials, the motion I'm using, etc., to gain data from that interface, and that it informs me on how better to solve the problem. That's TE.
Oh, TE. He's effective.
Yeah. But no TE Dom has a monocle like this.
No, they don't. And that is the best kind of monocle to have.
They think like, oh, what can I do with this twist tie? They don't even think that. They just throw it away. Or they use it for what it came on to wrap it back up again. Not me. I don't think anything. I just play with it for a long time. And then I make a monocle and I go, ooh, a monocle with a little stick on it. And that's why TE Doms, they miss out on so much fun.
Yeah.
They're too practical. Like, how TE Dom is it to think that typing somebody in as few seconds as possible is the ultimate goal of typing?
Oh my god, that is not the ultimate goal. Like, that is not.
Like, let's make this typing thing as efficient as possible. We don't really need to worry so much about accuracy, because with typology, it's not like Joe calls me over to fix a hole in his roof, and I leave and there's still a hole in his roof. He's gonna say, come back here, you didn't fix it. You can't take my money and have not fixed it. And then CS just would have to come back and eventually admit he doesn't know anything about roofs and he doesn't have any shingles, he's never worked on a roof before, etc. Right? Instead of typology, he can just intuit in 3 seconds that you're an ISFJ, tell you that, and when when it rains and your head gets wet, you're confused because it's not so concrete as a hole in your roof that he failed to fix. It's instead a a configuration of attentional manners that he may or may not have guessed right.
Oh my gosh, what a mess.
Yeah. That's the problem with typology is because a lot of people predicate their decisions on the legitimacy of somebody's typing of them upon that person's display bearing as an expert and or authoritative quality, right? Well, TE DOMs are very authoritative in their affect and good at sounding like an expert because they believe themselves to be experts at everything. TE DOMs think, look, you wouldn't be struggling if you just listen to me. You just need to set goals. You just need to go ahead and apply it consistently. It's not that hard. If you just did it the way I was doing it here, then you too would have these same wonderful TE experiences.
Yeah.
So they genuinely believe that. Naturally, they come off as an expert and authoritative to people who are just trying to read that and not actually, you know, do their own deliberative judgment on the matter by a TI, which is most people are not going to use TI as their way of deliberating about that thing. Most people are going to judge him on either FE or TE or NI grounds or SI grounds. So it's like for SI person, they may or may not like him, but it might depend on who he reminds them of from their own life, you know. NI people with weak intuition are going to be drawn to him because he keeps giving you nothing but NI, reductive, oversimplified NI things. FI people are going to be attracted to him because he's displaying the TE that allows FI to get what it wants.
True.
And, you know, if you've got, say, if you're an archetype ESFP with NI fourth, he's going to appeal to you because you're an FI user, and he's got better TE than you, and also he's speaking in your knowledge function. You're an NI user. It's instrumental just like his. So, bada bing, bada boom. Problem is, the vast majority of the population falls into something other than SI and TI. The types that are least likely to buy his bullshit are alpha quadrant. ESFJs and ISFJs aren't very many around typology. At least ENFPs, INFPs, there aren't very many of them in the world. So, you know, it's like Tyler Perry's a lot more successful in the entertainment industry than I am, even though simply because watching a Tyler Perry show is life-threateningly horrible experience, and TWFP is at least mostly not super cringe, okay?
Yeah.
So, despite that fact, obviously Tyler Perry is way more successful than I am in the media business because why? The same reason he's so shitty at making media is why he's so good at being successful at making media. Same with Dave Matthews. TE lets you be successful at anything, even things you aren't good at.
Yeah.
So you get examples of Dave Matthews not good at making music at all, makes terrible music, but very good at being a hugely successful musician.
Mhm.
Tours a lot, makes a lot of money, etc. Look at Teal Swan, not good at informing people about anything, not good at being a guru at all, but much more successful at it than I'll ever be, I'm sure. Why? Well, because most people want simple answers that serve whatever purpose they want them to serve.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. So even I, a random YouTuber, any given video of mine is definitely much more well worth watching and better than even the best Tyler Perry thing. It's not because my shit's so great, it's because Tyler Perry is so terrible.
Your stuff is great.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
And yet, it is not the case that I'm going to be as successful. Sometimes I feel like there's a couple of arenas in which I have skill talent, but I'm unlikely to be successful. Can I blame that on TE polar? Well, yeah, you can. I mean, you can blame it ultimately on being an intuition dominant, because for most intuitives, accepting ENTJs and some extent ENFJs, um, meanings are too important. So it's like, yeah, I like money, would like to make a lot of money, but I couldn't tolerate being subjected to the critique that Dave Superpowers is being subjected to by me. It's like if I were going to try to sell like classes and stuff, I mean, I wouldn't dream of selling a class teaching something that I couldn't explain in a way that a person genuinely trying to understand it could learn it and finish the coursework at some point and fully understand it and have some actual skill or set of knowledge they didn't have before, rather than just a bunch of gobbledygook. Yeah, go shorty. It's your birthday.
Gonna party like it's your birthday.
We'll drink Bacardi as though it were your birthday. And, most of all, we don't give a fuck because it's your birthday. Can our priorities on how and what we spend our money on subtly reveal our types? I don't know if what you spend your money on is revelatory necessarily, but how you buy things is. So I don't like to buy things. Objects, right? Especially. And I might need an object for a long time, months and months and months before I actually get around to buying it. On the other hand, fourth slot SE likes to buy things because buying things is an SE thing. When you make a purchase, you're pulling the trigger on and getting an impact right there, converting potential experience or object into its concrete form. Um, SE8 means my SE's on autopilot. Sometimes I end up buying something that I've needed to buy for a while. I don't know why I waited so long. I don't know why I did it right then. I don't know. Yeah. But I do know that now I finally got around to buying it. SE fourth, if it's feeling, you go to your fourth slot function when you feel like you need any kind of escape from yourself slash, um, self-soothing of some sort, or or just any kind of relief. So that for INTJ, INFJ, that can often mean they find purchasing things to be satisfying in the same way that I find uh, rying in bed satisfying or something.
Yeah, it would be like that. It is. It's funny that Corey's like that too.
Yeah, Corey's like that too. And Liz complains about it.
Yeah.
Of course. Liz complains about everything she could possibly complain about.
Well, right.
If she doesn't have anything to complain about, she'll make something up. Yes, meow is meowing.
Yeah, he's meowing. He's been meowing a lot today. He always meows a lot, but especially today.
Where is he? There he is. There's my Mr. Man Kitty. Mr. Man Kitty, Kitty Man. You are half a cat and half a man. You are my friend and that's a fan from me to you, Kitty Man. Meow.
Meow.
Yes, Daddy loves you. With his
Mommy loves you
emotional
too.
heart.
With her emotion heart.
Yeah, he's a real important kitty man. He's a real kitty man, meowing like a kitty can, meowing all his kitty fans for nobody. Meow. What an adorable meower you are. Meow, you want me to let you eat?
Me a bit like you and me.
Delicious.
No man,
Oh, yes.
don't worry. Take your time, don't worry. Leave it all till somebody else lends you a hand. He's a real nowhere man, sitting in his nowhere land, making all his nowhere plans
For nobody. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna probably. I kind of want to play the guitar, but
Yeah, why not?
the only reason why not is actually a dumb one, which is I've got this in front of the amplifier. I could just put it on top though. That's not a big problem.
I'm glad it's not a big problem.
Okay. Let me put this like meow. As for meow. Now, I need to put my strap back on the guitar, I guess. I need to get another strap. Okay, I got my strap. And I'm going to put it on the guitar as premier. And this light as premier. And I'm going to put on this part like so. Cow. And then I'm going to turn on the amplifier. Like, yeah. Then I'm going to put a beat on. That's per meow. Not this beat though. Let me get a good beat to put on.
What do you think you should put in the picture? A cat or a record player?
A record player.
Okay.
I don't know about that beat. Let's see. Just get 4 on the 4. That seems like a promising title for a beat. That's right, everybody. We got a nice slow beat going here. Because that's how we do things around here. Nice and slow. Up mountain, going to I don't remember ordering all that distortion. Let's see. Well, that was exciting.
It was exciting.
Pretty good song, really.
I think so.
Not too bad. Super drones. Are these really super drones? Let's find out. I have my doubts. It doesn't sound like super drones to me. Sounds like shadow drones more.
Yeah.
Too disjointed. No. W.
I'll be right back.
Alright, take your time. Don't worry, everybody. I'll find a beat soon enough that I'm satisfied with. Beat of some sort? How about kick, kick, snare? But I don't know what I'm doing anyway. What am I doing? Just fucking around for no reason. I'm not going to do this. Instead, I'm going to do something smarter than this. I'm just going to play a regular song. It goes like this. When your beat's idea leaves your meat making fear, then you know you drive Kias to the store. And your attempt to be fancy and interesting just made everybody think you're a whore. to be so different and clever. In reality, that's not a good way to make art ever. And so I'm cursed, I suppose, with the tendency to go that way. When I find myself undergoing another one of those days, then I know that I need a regular song. Regular songs are pretty. Regular songs sound so nice. Unusual songs can be gritty, but they make me wonder twice if listening to this weird thing is really worth my time. And eventually I say, rhyme. Regular song, made of regular chords, not irregular wronging, making everyone bored. A regular song, just a regular thing. All the things I sing about life brings and sing, and also rocks and sticks. I call that number regular song. Pretty good, huh? Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking can, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy was a Willie Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no hand out living on one, so when they give it up, call the song to sing. Yeah. Okay, I forgot how that part goes. Anyway, next verse. Yeah, I see. I went to the wrong place. I get it now. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work. Don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout, really no woman for anything they give it. I'm proud and white and gal, that's time to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout, really don't want any for anything they give it. I'm proud and white and gal, that's time to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Country. Country's good. I like it. I like the chicka 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 of country, you know? Gerald. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always got to be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on the business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands everything clear now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting and it does his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to do, but now oh now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a lot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thanks, darling. It's
Very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Troubles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life is strangely forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to find, but whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here, and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we hope for more time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Phoebe. I love you too. Oh yes. Come put that drink up. I definitely do.
All our cats are country cats growing in the country. Grew up with trucks and Budweiser too. They're a couple of meow meows, but you know they're from the country, and that's why they like me and you. All America, these kitty cats, they are. They grew up in the country, then they drove away by car. They went into the city and they made themselves a friend, and that's where we came into the equation once again. Because, hey, kitty cats, you're country cats, you're cats that I have in the country. Hey, kitty cats, you're country cats, you're the cats I have in the country. That's enough guitar.
Can we play Night Before by the Beatles? I forget if that's one that you can play.
Yes, we could do that. The night before chores and lyrics. Okay. Turn this down a little bit. Why don't you move a little closer to the camera so you're singing a little bit better. That was face. Oh, yeah, that's right. You that. Okay, I got you. No, you face the TV. I got you. Let's move this over here instead.
Good thinking. Good thing that it's
More movable than
yeah.
us, yes. That makes sense. Now you can look at the TV and you get the side of your head.
Sweet.
Let's see. We said the night before. Wait, let's start over. Okay.
Sorry.
No. We're gonna have to get used to it a little bit. It's fine.
Obviously, I'm we said our goodbyes. Sorry.
I know it's my bad, Rachel. It's my bad. I'm fucking.
We said our goodbyes.
The night before. The night before.
Now today I find you changed your mind. Treat me like you did the night before.
Treat me like you did the night before. Were you telling lies? Ooh, the night before.
Was I so unwise?
The night before, when I held you near, you were so sincere. Treat me like you did the night before.
Last night is the night I will remember by. When I think of the things you did, it makes me wanna cry. Were you telling lies?
We said our goodbyes.
Oh, we said our goodbyes.
treat me like you did the night before.
Last night is the night I will remember you by.
When I think of things you did, it makes me wanna cry. Were you
telling
ooh,
lies?
the night before?
Was I so
Ooh,
wise?
the night before when I held you near, you were so sincere. Treat me like you did the night before.
That's so good. You did so good.
Thanks. I need to
That's
practice
not
a little
easy.
bit. Good. Okay. That's enough guitar for me. Also, it's now like 8:30, so not that late, but good to
Yeah, not be too
not
loud.
not be too loud, too late. What I need now is a beverage and a cigarette. It makes me wanna cry. Last night is the night I will remember you by. When I think of things we did, it makes me wanna cry. That's an odd lyric, huh?
It is.
What do you want? A drink?
Yeah.
What kind of drink do you want?
I'll try the strawberry.
Okay. So it is 8:30 already, which means not really that much longer till the World Cup games come on. Now, the interesting game tonight to watch, the most interesting of the first two games anyway, I think they're the first two, is Jamaica Brazil, because Brazil's got the number 7 team in the world. And Jamaica is definitely not ranked anywhere close to that high. But going into this game, Jamaica is actually in second place in that group. Panama's eliminated, I guess. No, wait. Who's playing Argentina tonight? It's Jamaica, Panama, Brazil, and Argentina. Okay, so since Brazil and Jamaica are playing each other, it must be Argentina and Panama. Well, that one's not very interesting because Panama's eliminated already, I think. Or they might have some minute chance of making it, but they're basically eliminated. What did Michael Smith come and tell me today? Oh, right. That I was jealous of Trump because he was president and I'll never be president. Well, I'm definitely not jealous of Trump. Would not want to be Trump. At all. In no way, shape, or form am I jealous of Trump. It is true that Trump has been president, whereas I have not. Is it true that I never will be? Well, We won't know that until another 30, 40
Yeah.
years or whatever. For sure, you know. I won't be able to ascertain that for sure until I'm dead. So, like, he goes to all the trouble to make an account, another new account, just to come to the stream to tell me that. Like, what is he thinking? What could he possibly be thinking?
Is he?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess that's it's intended to hurt my feelings, right? Or the thing is, he should be better than that at hurting my feelings. He's obviously watched plenty of content. He should know that that's not gonna hurt my feelings. I mean, he should know that none of the stuff he can do is gonna hurt my feelings. Like, obviously, he's not empowered to hurt my feelings. He's not a person in my life who's an intimate to me. Um, and if I were subject to having my feelings hurt with the information he was throwing at me, then I wouldn't have informed him of it in the first place, obviously. So, I mean, like yesterday he came in to just inform me I was wrong and intuiting that he had seen that Melissa Talks video. Well, I may have been wrong in intuiting that, but that also doesn't make me feel bad, you know? It's like, yeah, it was a hypothesis that seemed to make sense. She did make that video. I got confirmation from somebody else in the comments that she did, in fact, on a live stream, engage in that. But maybe he just picked up on her general state of agitation, or maybe it was unrelated entirely. If it was unrelated entirely, then I'm back to the central question of what made him come around again now, out of nowhere. Um, Accusing me of various things, despite the fact that there's been no additional data on the subject to inform or reignite his dislike of me. I, I mean, he could have been lying potentially when he said he didn't watch it, but I don't know. Maybe he's just one of the many people out there in the world who are obsessed with Eric.
How could I not be? You're the most interesting man in the world.
Oh, thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
But that's not the kind of obsession I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are obsessed with hating Eric.
That's why I hate you. I don't know actually why.
Like how much did Queen's Gambit hate me, right? He hated me so much. He probably still does.
Yeah.
And it was simply because I told him his dumbass imitation of an idea was dumb. He was being super weak in his argumentation. I told him that, and he, from that moment forward, decided that I was the same thing as Hitler.
But they're wrong. Because Hitler is not an ENTP.
Heather was not very nice.
No, he was not very nice. And he had his like own agenda for like world domination.
Yo, he was like, we German people need more room. But it's like, I think Poland and France have enough more room.
I think so, right? They're not that big.
You don't need all of Russia, too. Oh, yeah, I went there. I did. Well, another mostly wasted day. That's fine. I never took the trash cans back in, did I?
It's not
What day is it?
Tuesday.
Alright, I'm only one day, and it won't be more than one day. Okay. I should have got them yesterday, so it'll be one day like getting them done from there. I gotta go get the trash cans. That way, I will have accomplished something today. You guys can watch me get the trash cans, okay? You guys supervise. Let me know if I'm doing anything wrong. By the power of Grayskull, I can carry 4 trash cans at once.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah. Now don't try that at home, kids. It's gonna be a lot too challenging for you because you might accidentally try to carry 4 full trash cans. If you were to do that, you might rip your arms off.
Oh no, you don't want to rip your arms off.
That's called the Rachel's on her phone 2-second delay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's fine.
I got like.
Just don't respond at all then. If you don't, if you're on your phone, just ignore me. It's fine. You ain't gotta respond. Wow, that was a lot of work for one day. I carried not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 trash cans from the street all the way over to there.
People are impressed. People are impressed.
Good. It should be.
Hey, Levi Samuels.
Because I've been working out, that's why I was able to do that. I've been working out how to carry trash cans. I carried them to the street the right way too. I used the pusher, the big pusher. That's the right way to take trash cans to the street. Rachel, I'm gonna go get my bong, the weed,
Good.
and I'm gonna go pee. And I'm coming back out here.
Okay. Do you think maybe you can pick a like card set and I'll read some tarot?
Yeah, sure. I'll bring it to you right now. Here's a circle deck.
Thanks, Carrot. Ooh, it's been a long time since we've used these cards. We got some tarot up in here. Okay. Mr. Bobby, you're up. Your cards are coming. Yeah, this is extra energy because of the full moon. That's okay. I'm like rusty at a lot of stuff, Carrot. Singing is one of them. I'm a little rusty. Does anyone remember the like internet viral thing, salad fingers? Salad fingers. Rusty spoon. So strange. Okay. Mr. Bobby. Yes, the rusty spoon. I do sing. Sing by Samuels. I do sing. Okay. Mr. Bobby. Ooh. First card that we got is the High Priestess, number 2, Major Arcana. That's talking about working with your intuition. You're working with the occult. You have things in your mind, but you're not sharing them because you think it's better to withhold a little information than to give it all away. The next one you have is the Son of Discs. So I think this is the Page of Pentacles. And look, like you got the target, you're aiming for it, and you're ready, you are trained. You're ready to make that money, make the shot, score the deal, make the goal. You're welcome, Mr. Bobby. Salad fingers was weird, like weird, really weird. There were times where I thought it was like really funny, but then times where I like couldn't like distinguish whether I was laughing because my friend was laughing so much at it or like that it was actually funny. I'm not really sure. How about Carrot next?
I wonder if C.S. Joseph takes the same approach to sex that he does with typing.
Ew. What's that?
Faster the better.
Oh.
I can have sex with you in 5 seconds. Aren't you impressed?
Okay, carrot. Okay. Ooh, we got the devil card.
Carrot, you scoundrel.
15. Fly Guy had that yesterday. You're feeling like, fuck it, I want to do what I want. I want to do what I want to
No,
do.
I think, Fly Guy and Carrot are in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Fly Guy was horny, but today Carrot is.
Oh.
So hopefully they accommodated each other yesterday and today.
Yes. And then you also got 6 of rods. You got a woman who's like making a peace sign, or like that whole Leonardo da Vinci like anatomy of a man thing, but it's a woman and she's very sensual with her wands.
Because these days, all men should be women.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you're being racist. I just forgot the little spoon. I have to go get the spoon.
You have to go get the spoon.
I do. Otherwise, we won't be able to scoop.
Oh. She definitely looks receiving, for sure. Who else is in the chat? Who would like a read? The Feminist Tarot deck. Karma's Pimp, you're next. Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp, you got the Shaman of Discs, which is the King of Pentacles. You have your abundance, no prob. Like, look at you going through that desert on your horse. It's hot out there, but you don't mind. You're just strolling along because you got all the material stuff you need.
Also, it should be mentioned your horse has no name.
Your horse has no name. And the next one is the 3 of Swords. Oh no! These 3 women are attacking each other. They're like, oh no, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. I didn't do nothing. I thought I saw you.
He's gonna say to the other one, I thought you said you had a penis. I also came up with a great idea for a new TV show yesterday called Splitting the Difference.
That was a great one.
Mm-hmm. It's ultra woke.
Please describe it more.
Well, you've got a man and a woman who are married, but one day they both have something to tell each other. And when they finally get it, after a couple of comedic mishaps trying to tell each other this, they finally say to each other in unison, I'm gay. And then they go, but they already have 2 kids, right? And then they get, each of the parents splits up, they get with a gay partner. And each of those partners has 1 kid. So there's a total of 8 people in the show, 4 adults, 4 kids. And every single one of them is a different race, sexuality, or gender, and also disability. Every one of them has a special disability. One of them only has one eye. One of them is deaf. One of them is in a wheelchair. One of them has cerebral palsy. One of them has um, Down syndrome. And one of them has general stupidity disorder. Any other card takers?
I don't know who this.
If you're waiting for another volunteer, I can tell. Did I tell everybody about CVS already?
I don't think so.
CVS is at it again, you guys. Believe it or not. You'd think they would have learned their lesson by now, right? But we went in there yesterday to get my Vyvanse and Rachel's gabapentin. And the pharmacist tells me, looks me up, tells me, oh, your doctor hasn't called it in yet. And I said, I called it in on Friday though. And he said, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. The doctor hasn't called it in yet. So I come home. Today I called the doctor because I found that out after the doctor was closed yesterday. I called the doctor today. They did send it in on Friday at 4:23 p.m. And when I call CVS today, I talked to the lady. She tells me it's on a high cost hold, meaning they're not filling it because they think I might not want to get it because it costs $372. I already told them last month, look, I need the medication, and this is what I'm getting now because I can't get Adderall, so I'm going to just pay for it and get it. You know, I have no choice, really. But instead of making a note or something, put it on a high cost hold. But the point is this, of course, what was that pharmacist doing, thinking, looking at when he told me yesterday that my doctor hadn't called it in yet? When in fact he had called it in on Friday at 4:23 p.m. The lady at the doctor's office read me the thing. Transmission confirmed 4:23 p.m. CVS Pharmacy. Blah, blah, blah. She read it out loud to me. Now, what would be interesting is if I tested to say, if he's there tomorrow, if I say, oh, well, yeah, I called yesterday. I guess they must have called it in sometime yesterday, right? And see what he says, you know?
Yeah.
See if he lies.
Yeah, like.
I don't know how you make that mistake exactly. Because when I called the lady today.
But it was weird. Remember he like double bringing us up for the razors too? Like it was like so strange. So maybe like he wasn't reading the screen right or something. That's so strange.
Yeah, well, he was clearly not double ringing us up on purpose.
No.
And he was confused about what we were talking about for a while.
Yeah. Like I think that he was like maybe running on empty.
He's a little frazzled.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the people at CVS Pharmacy are inherently frazzled because they've got all these rules like high cost hold, right? Where people, so it should be the case that for me to pick up my prescription, I have to go to CVS once a month. Rarely do I have to go to CVS once. Even when we go down there and they do have it, they've never have it filled for me already. It's like that place is determined to be constantly very shitty. And I'm not even on Adderall. I'm on Vyvanse, which is like kind of abuse proof. It was designed to be abuse proof. You can't smoke it. You can't boof it. You only swallow it and then be processed through the liver. So they're less sketchy about it, you know?
I'm gonna pull some cards for CBS.
And pull some cards for me.
Okay. I'm gonna pull some cards for Eric.
Do CBS first, though.
Okay, CBS first. Can you pull them?
Sure.
CBS.
1, 2. 3.
Okay. Ooh, I got the 6 of Wands.
That's for CBS, 6 of Wands.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. CBS is pumping a big stream of blood. Meow.
You don't like going through there?
Going to CBS is like being impaled on this orange thing while being spread eagled naked.
Yeah. And then you got the daughter of Wands.
We're kind of like, like teenagers when it comes to our business.
Mm-hmm. And then the 3 of Wands.
What's this one? Like this cat, okay, this ridiculous cat, right? He has a cat door. He has a cat door that he goes in and out of all the time. But because we're here, he doesn't want to go through the cat door. He wants us to get up and open the door for him.
Yep.
How ridiculous is that?
It's so ridiculous.
What is this one again?
Like in traditional,
Yeah, like what's it mean?
waiting for your ships to come in.
Okay. Well, they're going to be waiting at CVS for a long time. Because I can tell they're like the Kmart of stores now. Like Kmart was so shitty, eventually it just went out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Well, CVS is the Kmart of pharmacies. Now these cards are for me.
Yeah, they are.
Piao, there's one. Piao, there's 2. And Piao, there's 3.
Ooh. 21 the world.
I am the world. I am the children. What else?
Ace of Swords.
I got a new thought. It's a butterfly, like the place I live. It's a Mariposa thought.
4 of Cups.
Oh, look at all this fire. What am I doing? What is this? What is this one mean?
Consideration.
Oh shit! I'm in the middle of the river. I've got 2 cups left over there, and I've dropped each of these cups, and it's mid-air, and they're about to fall in the river.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so close to the ocean too. The river right there. The river goes to the ocean.
Yeah.
And in front of me, there's this horrible sandy hill.
No.
I'll pull some cards for you.
Thanks. Whoa.
There's one of them. Here's the second one. And here's the third one.
First one. 6 of Swords. I got my boobies out with my friends.
What's the 6 of Swords mean?
Moving on to better ideas.
Okay.
Ace of Discs. Learning.
You're going to buy a leopard.
Yeah. And the Wheel of Fortune.
And who knows whether you'll be happy with your leopard. 6 of Swords is, you said, what is it? New?
Moving on to better ideas.
Moving on to better ideas. Ace of Swords, new idea. Wheel of Fortune. Let's find out.
You have doubts? You have to draw me another card. I don't want to jinx it.
No, let's find out is what Wheel of Fortune means.
Oh.
That's the meaning of Wheel of Fortune,
really?
right?
I always think that it's like, I try to read it as a positive card.
No, I read it as the tarot is either giving you the information that this has randomness factors in it that makes it unpredictable, or it makes it outside the jurisdiction of the tarot, or simply that it's saying surprise is a factor in this, but not really that it's positive or negative at all. I think it's neutral because...
Yeah, a lot of tarot readers say that. It's neutral.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to read it as a positive, though. It would depend contextually. If I felt like I was stagnating, I'd read it as a positive because it implies randomness, unpredictability. If I felt like things were already in upheaval, I'd probably say, oh great, just what we need, more random uncontrollable nonsense. I'm sorry, you wanted to put more, I put them away without thinking about it.
That's alright.
So okay, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. And I gotta finish smoking bowls too. What I'd like to do, what I actually have something of a goal in mind for some point. Well, I mean, I started messing around with it earlier a little bit. I want to write a song with those lyrics that I wrote, which I've further refined a little bit. Tried to make it as NI as possible, you know. But That's going to be a challenging proposition. I don't know if I've ever written a song from lyrics first before that's, that's turned out to work out well. I don't think I really have written a song from lyrics first before. So I'm gonna take my time with it, play around with it, different ideas, and maybe hope that I get struck by an NI blast of inspiration or something.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm about to pull a bong rip. I will pull it with my lungs. Whoa, whoa, closer. I'm about to pull this rip. I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you. I messed up that one part. Sorry, everybody. Tell me what to do, 'cause I've been giving up on you. I've been giving up on you. Great, great stuff.
It really is. Yeah, I had to choose, so I've been giving up on you. Oh, it's so hard.
I've been giving up on you. Is that new? I Look Better When I'm in Love is also a really good song.
I love that song too. I look better when I'm in love. In love.
Yeah, that one's hard to remember how it goes, huh?
It changes up too.
Yeah, makes me want to listen to it. Boy, Johnny has got a lot of good songs. A lot of songs that we've listened to a lot now, and I still find myself wanting to listen to it again, you know?
Yeah, his songs, like, it's like the Beatles for me, in that, like, we go back to his old stuff and I'm, like, discovering old stuff that he's made too that I like, and, like, the progression to this album, it's really cool.
And it said, hey.
With a smiley face, 4, 6 a.m.
Yeah. You got the fun, you stupid gets me drunk. I'll do anything that you want, anything that you want. Yes, he's just so good. It's crazy, like, it's so hooky, and um, it's not like he's doing incredibly unusual things with the chords structures exactly. Um, a lot of stuff go, there's parts that go just between two chords for a stretch or whatever, but nevertheless, everything is somehow surprising, even as it's familiar, which is the ultimate quality of timeless shit. It's both surprising and archetypal at the same time. So Honeypot was his first big hit.
You discovered that one.
Well, yeah, YouTube recommended it to me because I listen to some stuff like that. Yeah, I'm excited about going to see that show.
Me too.
It feels like an opportunity. Like an opportunity that we'll be very glad that we didn't miss. Because it's like Secretariat, right? Like I was saying earlier. You get these Shohei Ohtani, you get these once in a generation people. Uh, and there's only this one tour's chance really to see him in a smallish venue.
Yeah.
After this tour, you're not gonna be able to see him. Certainly not for $30 a ticket, which is what Rachel and I paid for the tickets. Like the hotel room is way more expensive than the show. You're not gonna be able to get that a year from now. No way. He'll be back in the studio when he finishes this tour recording his next album, which I bet is gonna be spectacular.
Yeah, me too.
Cause I heard him. I was watching this interview that I guess probably Rachel had already watched because she already watched on the thing, but I had not watched it.
I don't know.
And he talked about like how it takes, he's still growing. This was a little bit while back. The interview was like after Honey Pie, and he talked about like, well, you gotta grow. There's a growing process as an artist, and it takes a number of years to refine it. And so I think basically, like, he knows very clearly not just what he's doing, but why what he's doing is what he's doing, which I think is very unusual.
It is unusual.
But I think the next album is probably going to be just as good, if not better than this one, because he's so young. He's not shot his creative load yet at all. He's just, he's just getting in the full flow of things. He's going to be inspired by this tour, all these big concerts he's playing, big for him compared to what he played before, right? Now he's selling out 1,000-seat venues. When he's done with this tour, he's going to go back and want to record. He's going to be like, I've been away from recording for too long. And I bet you they make amazing shit because he's got these two bandmates with him. You know, it's not just him. But I think he is the artistic director, so to speak, for sure. He's the one that gets interviewed.
Like how Corey says that James Murphy is like LCD sound system. Like Johnny is Johnny. Like I don't doubt that the people that surround him are good at what they do, but
Well, yeah. The thing is, in interviews, everything, he always talks about it as his music, not our music, ever. You know, so. So he's. I think that was the case right from the get go. That while he may have been playing in the band with these guys, it was clear to everybody that this was his project, his music, because even then he was called Johnny Utah.
yep, his name is named John.
Very media savvy. Incredibly media savvy, this kid. He's like 20, I don't know how old he is, but he's under 30.
95 he was born.
95, so he's just like 3 years older than Delilah.
Mm-hmm.
27.
So,
He's actually perfect age, right? Like he's mature enough as an artist to be successful, young enough to have room to grow, mature enough to possibly handle the success, obviously media savvy enough to handle it publicly well, and he's got the youth ability to connect with young people, youthful appearance, you know, and he's got years ahead of him. And unlike Kurt Cobain, who probably was also around the same age when he got big, I think Johnny is ecstatic about the whole thing.
he seems like a happy person.
Mm-hmm. I think he's both ecstatic and kind of hyper aware of the risks.
Yeah, I thought it was like really interesting in one of the interviews that we watched when he said he came back to LA and he like just hunkered down in his apartment because the world was like surrounding him. I was like, that's so real.
Right, well, I think everybody who's right wants a piece of him right now.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
You know, so it's like, obviously, people in the industry, they've got some portions of the industry have very smart, intuitive people in them who know what to pick, right? And now that he's connected to the industry via Interscope, I don't think you need to look at his analytics at all to know that he's blowing up. Read the comments on his videos. Everybody's comments are all the same thing. And this is not the case for every song at all, okay? Like in general. You hear the word genius a lot in the comments. You hear things like mind blowing, meow, 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 by a number of different people. You know, people just flipping their shit in a way that you just don't see very often on music videos, because of the moment, right? He's brand new to general population and mostly still unknown by the general population probably. And and so obviously like stand out better than anybody else is doing as a whole. Like there are other individuals, people, whatever bands making great tracks out there, but nothing like an album like Johnny's made that made us want to listen to an album again. Like when did we listen to albums?
Over 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's like normally we only listen to individual tracks or Beatles albums because for me, I don't know, I still have imprinted somewhere deep in me that the songs go in this order because I listened to them originally on LP, you know?
That's really cool. I used to listen to them on LP. I listened on tape.
Later on, I listened on tape when I was a teenager and driving. I had a cassette tapes with. I had made my own mixtapes to listen to in the car. You know, like I recorded from an LP with the tape deck thing with it. I record like one like Piggies from the Beatles album, and then maybe like a song by They Might Be Giants or whatever I had on that tape, right? And I had a fair number of Beatles songs on my couple of tapes that I had. I had like two tapes full of two extra long cassette tapes full of different songs. This is my Chappie tracks back in the day.
That's so cool. Mixtapes are not easy.
Analog Chappie tracks. But you know, then cassettes blessedly became a thing of the past because you want to talk about sacrificing sound quality. Cassettes are horrible.
Mm-hmm.
They get worse and worse over time.
Yep.
They don't really sound good to begin with. I guess they're better than 8 tracks, but maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. But 8 tracks probably retain their sound quality better than cassette tapes do. But 8 tracks are weird because it's like they track out. If you record for that format, you track your stereo wave file like we have now into 8 tracks instead of 2. A cassette tape has 4 tracks on it, 2 for each side.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because any stereo file is 2 tracks, whether it's a stereo recording, left and right track, or a stereo digital recording, left and right track. But that's why if you take a regular cassette tape and you get a cassette 4-track recorder like a Tascam used to have, you can make 4-track recordings, 4-track multi-track recordings with a cassette tape and a Tascam 4-track recorder. That was the first way I recorded music, was on a cassette tape where I put one thing down on one track, and the other on top of it. Of course, if you made a mistake, you wanted to record over something, you had to go back and physically record over it. And you could set it to start and stop at a certain exact time. But yeah, that's not really a very good way to record music. very inefficient, and you already are starting out with a low quality recording medium, like a cassette tape, and the process of recording and then going back and re-recording over and stuff makes it even worse sounding. So by the time you're listening to it, by the time then you have to print it down to another cassette deck, a cassette tape onto 2 tracks in order to listen to it in a regular cassette player, right? So by the time you've done all that, you're like, it's like a Xerox of a shitty meow, and it sounds so lo-fi. But fortunately, we've got digital audio recording nowadays. This was back in the olden days, you know.
Yeah. I remember some of that. I had some of that.
The olden days happened a long time ago, but are still referenced today in sentences such as this one. That's a fantastic sentence. I sabotage my love just because
I got
a little drunk at some bus and some stuff. I'm just a stupid kid, and stupid is as stupid does. I sabotage my love, my love. What's the song with that video where you're looking at free intimacy porn?
I don't know.
It's a funny
Is it
video.
you got the funk, got the...
Maybe. It's a funny video, right?
Yeah, it is. And I think it is that song.
You got that funk when you stupid got me drunk. And do anything you want, anything you want.
Okay. So, am I the nostalgist, deaf beauty, and harmonic resonance balanced against bittersweet feelings and melancholy, gentle, nostalgic.
You're the nostalgist?
That's like one of them.
You're not nostalgic at all.
I didn't think so. I'm the fucking self-doubter.
Right. You doubt yourself so much that you believe something that tells you you're nostalgic even though you're not even remotely nostalgic. You're like the least nostalgic person I've ever met.
How?
I never hear you pine for the old days. I miss meow 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 Long Island.
LOL.
Who else isn't nostalgic? Me. You ever hear me be like, oh, I miss the old neighborhood. No. I'm not nostalgic either because both of us have SI in either 4 or 8. So we're not going to be particularly nostalgic. If we were nostalgic, we'd be listening to music from our teenage years rather than
Johnny.
flipping our shit over Johnny.
Singing all my songs about you. Wow.
And as you
Hey, you got my heart in your holster,
babe,
babe.
I wanna live in your goddamn veins, if that's okay.
Yeah,
The wide-eyed, tongue-tied 3-4.
Hey, you
Got my heart in your holster, babe. I wanna live in your goddamn veins, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Wide-eyed, tongue-tied 3-4. Life doesn't have a meaning. It's inherently a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, that part where he goes, all my songs are about you. Yeah, it's freaking fantastic. The whole thing it's just amazing. The only song that I'm not really that excited about on the new album, besides the last one, is Adios.
Which is really interesting because on Spotify, it's one of his most played songs. I'm saying that like Spotify people are wrong.
Yeah, I know you can disagree with me too if you think it's. If
I like it. I like the whole album. I love the
I mean,
whole album.
I do too, but the one I find that I think it's a little too long.
Oh, it does suffer from that.
And I don't know that like instrument thing over top of it. I guess
Oh,
isn't my favorite.
I like it.
You do?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of more like rave stuff, techno.
Right. I guess it seems a little bit more conventional, I guess.
It is.
But
That's what
I
it's
could
what
end
I
up
like.
changing my mind about that over time. With this guy's shit, it's like even though we listened to it a bunch, for a lot of the songs that I feel like I'm not done at all, like discovering what they have to offer.
Not at all.
So I could end up reversing course on this and saying a month from now, Adios is not my favorite song.
That's true.
Very possible. Oh. Additional bong rips will have to wait until later. I declare myself bong rip tapped out for the moment.
Nothing wrong with that.
Even the best of us have to eat, sleep, and repeat as well as rave.
Yep.
So
It's part of it.
consider this sleeping. This is sleeping while awake. As I say, not pulling bong rips for a few minutes. In order to save time, I've decided to simply sleep while I'm awake. You know, I figure, why spend all that time in bed sleeping when I could be sleeping and getting things accomplished at the same time? So, that's my new strategy going forward is to sleep while awake and thereby be able to both get a good night's sleep, be rested in the morning, and also get stuff done on it.
I like it.
Pretty TE effective, very efficient. Also deeply personally fulfilling and rewarding in ways that I never dreamed before I could feel fulfilled and rewarded. It's all thanks to my visionary notion of sleeping while awake.
It's a visionary notion.
Yeah. Just as visionary as the Who's Tommy. Who here, of the same people here, 9 excluding Rachel, I'm sure it's one of them, but likes Tommy, the rock opera by the Who? Anybody? And also I'd like to know, how many of you have seen Menopause the Musical? Anybody? Any takers? Any takers on either of those? How many people here like The Doors? Also, how many people here like the Moody Blues? If you do, I'm very, very sorry. I'm sorry you have to experience that. And I'm sure that your soul aches the next day after you've spent the evening listening to the Moody Blues. But I get it. You like what you like. How many fans of the Grateful Dead do we have out there? Any Grateful Dead fans? How about... How about Journey? How many Journey fans do we have here? I'm kind of a Journey fan. I wouldn't necessarily put their songs on a playlist because, you know, they've got a couple of good songs. They've got several, I think, good songs, but it's just a little bit too Journey-ish maybe to make the playlists.
I listened to the greatest hits a lot when I was like 17. My friend Jenny in ENFJ was into some, what was it?
Don't Stop Believing. Yeah. They've got a number of good songs, but it's hard to remember any of them except that one. For some reason.
No.
Even though when you hear them, you're like, oh, this song, right?
Yeah,
This song.
yeah. We do have other good songs.
Yeah, but that, I mean, Don't Stop Believing will go down in history as, you know, the ultimate karaoke song.
Yeah.
It was either that or Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, Sweet Caroline's a good one too.
Those are your two stereotypical, archetypal, quintessential, whatever word you want, karaoke songs. I tried to sing Fastball's The Way at our wedding. My voice was shot and it was pitched too high for
We
me.
sang together though.
We did.
I wanted to do that.
My voice was really shot that day. I'm not sure why. Not like I'd been yelling or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I
I'm
mean-
glad that you didn't. What?
You go.
I'm glad that you didn't mind us singing karaoke. Like, it was fun, and it seemed like.
Of course I didn't mind it. I was super happy when it started happening. I was just concerned because I wasn't feeling especially motivated to get it going myself, and I was afraid everybody was kind of waiting for me to get it going, and I didn't quite know what to do about that. But I managed to get Dave and Natalie to set it up, and then we got things rolling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing to remember is, while Dave and Natalie may, or Dave more than Natalie probably, may have been disappointed about the lack of instruments a little bit, he was very happy with the karaoke, right?
Yeah, he sang 2 songs, 2 Pixie songs.
Really?
Yeah.
I actually thought he might have sang more than 2 songs even.
No, he sang only 2. He's laid back for a while, and then he's like, he realized, like, I played an obscure song of sorts, and he was like, hey, okay, let's see what Pixie songs they have karaoke. They seem to have everything. I'm like, yeah, they probably have it. So, yeah, he sang 2 Pixie songs, and like the second one he was so into it was great. He fucking sang so good. He sounded just like Frank, what's his name? Frank Black.
Frank Black.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I think I'm gonna wrap this up. Goodbye. Good night. Good luck. Good food. Good day. And good thither.